think they haven't had a warm-up, but they might have had a warm-up this morning.
What audio have you got up?
Don't think any at the moment.
Good morning, everybody. Owen Mason here at Hamworthy Cricket Club here in Poole. A beautiful day here in Dorset. Wow, it's just going to be a lovely day. 26 degrees the high expected today. Plenty of sun, not much cloud cover as well. So, it's the final test for England Lions against the United States of America. It's the final game of their tour before they fly back this weekend. It's been an interesting tour for the US just to see where they're at before the World Cup in Toronto next year. For the Lions, they'll be hoping it's a Lions and England over 60s clean sweep of the US. Join us from midday for ball by ball commentary. Good afternoon, good morning, everybody. Join us here in the middle after the toss has just happened. So, Ravi, the US have won the toss. What have you decided to do with it?
We've decided to bowl again. I'm braving it out once again in spite of getting beaten black and blue over the last 3 days. The concept being, or the idea being that we've not been batting that well, and I don't want a half-a-day game. That doesn't look good on anyone. I want to give my bowlers an opportunity again. We had the same team at 100 for 5. So there were some good sides to that game, and I'm hoping that we can repeat that good part. So I opted to bowl.
Of course, yeah, you took a few early wickets at Eastern Castle as well. You're obviously 23 for 3 at one point. You're hoping for a start like that again today?
Absolutely, that's what we're looking forward to do. And as long as we're able to compete with these teams, I think that's a good takeaway for me. We're being very realistic about what the strengths of my team are, and we know how good the opponents are. So the reason to bowl at all these games is purely to be realistic.
That's Ravi Shuri, the US captain there. Thank you very much. Jason, obviously batting first. You know, as Ravi just mentioned, how powerful that batting unit is all across the order. What do you expect from your side this afternoon?
Well, hopefully much of the same. Fingers crossed. Like you say, we're back very deep, and hopefully those who are getting in first will get away and score some runs. It looks a really fast-scoring outfield. Wicket looks nice. It's a new wicket, so fingers crossed we'll be good.
Both captains in the middle there after the toss. Join us from midday. Good morning, everybody. Rejoin us in the middle with England Lions captain Jason Corns, who's had a busy few days of it, being involved with the over 60s side as well. Jason, just firstly on that, obviously being a part of the side yesterday, you got the win at Hursley Park. What was the experience like at Hursley?
Oh no, fantastic place. Yet again, another super ground down south, and just an all-round good performance. Timor's batting was fabulous, and we bowled well as well. So all in all, a great day out, and hopefully we're going to have the same today.
Great stuff. And obviously, if another Lions down, that final test against the US. How much have you learned from your side over this series?
Well, it's fluctuated a little bit, but we have learnt the batters need to get on with it, which we have done against the USA, and we've got to bowl good and accurate lines, which most of us are striving to do. So all in all, we're trying to improve fielding, but all three disciplines we've done pretty well against the US.
Yeah, and just finally, Jason, another dry day here in Dorset. What have you made of this wicket so far, having a look at it?
Well, I don't know if the US are watching this, but it looks pretty flat. It looks a really quick outfield, and so fingers crossed, subject to the toss, we'll have a bat if we can. But I don't think there'll be any secrets there, to be fair.
Great stuff. That's Jason Corns, the England Lions skipper there, ahead of the third and final test for the Lions against the US. Join us soon. Good morning, everybody. Rejoin us here at Hamworthy Cricket Club here in Dorset. Another beautiful day here. 26 degrees expected. We're here with the US captain, Ravi Shuri. Ravi, welcome to Hamworthy. Last game of the tour, bit bittersweet, but what have you made of the tour so far?
Just being here at this ground, I think whatever tough phase of the tour we faced, whatever wounds we've got from the English batsmen, I think it's all the balm has come from this venue. I think we feel very comfortable now. This is the best venue, I think, all of IMC cricket. I strongly feel this is the best venue in all of IMC cricket.
So yes, obviously yesterday, that record run total for England of 382, but still learning quite a lot yesterday.
Yeah, that's how this game goes. And like I repeatedly said, we've had a lot of key players who couldn't make the tour, but the ones who have stepped up, they've shown a lot of spirit. Nobody had their heads or shoulders down, which is so important in this game. You know that you're not, up to the mark, but still you go out there and fight it and do the best that you can. I think that's the best takeaway for us as far as the US team is concerned. And having observed how both English teams are playing, there's a lot of learnings that we can take back home, and like how the batsmen apply themselves, how the bowlers stitch together a series of dot balls. Those are the basics of the game that you need to be good at to succeed at this level.
Yeah, and just finally, you just had a look at the wicket to the left of us. What have you made of it? As I just mentioned, another beautiful day.
It's a beautiful day. I think the weather has been so kind to us, as much as the hosts have been so kind to us. Overall, I must say the entire USA squad has enjoyed every minute of the stay here, and we are so thankful to the organisers, particularly Paul Bradley, for hosting us here, and to all of you who have, I've seen you at every game, and so nice of her to help us out with these quick interviews. It's been a pleasure working with each one of you.
Brilliant. Very kind words, Ori. Thank you very much. That's the US captain, Ravi Shuri, there, ahead of England versus USA, the final Lions test for the US. Join us for the toss soon. Good morning, everybody. You join us from a wonderful Hamworthy Cricket Club here in Dorset. There you can see the big grandstand, the big clubhouse. It's a beautiful clubhouse. It's a multi-sport club, this. Football, hockey, and of course, this beautiful cricket pitch that we've got the honour of commentating and watching a lovely game of cricket today between the England Lions and the United States of America, the final test for the Lions and the final test for the USA in their tour of this country. So yes, it's as mentioned by both skippers before the game. This has been a real learning curve for both sides. It should be interesting, especially for the US. Ravi Shuri was really pleased with how the tour had gone, and even as he said live with me in the toss earlier on, even despite being beaten black and blue, he decided after winning the toss to bowl first, and that's exactly what will happen as England will be batting first again. Every time but one. That's been the case on this tour so far. Lions games are England over 60s versus the USA over 60s. The only case when that wasn't, the only match when that wasn't the case was of course Chipping Camden last Sunday when the US were bowled out, all out for 46. So we can quickly just get the teams out to you for this final Lions game against the US. Jason Court, the captain, has picked the team as follows: Simon Ralph, Sanjay Berry, Martin Ford, Phil Hilson, Zahir Mohammed, Nigel Moore, Paul Radage, Lee Self, Dean Soates and Martin Watkin. And for the USA, Ravi Shuri, Abhay Maheshwari, Ashok Patel, Bhavani Padada, Chetan Shah, Pardeep Gill, Rajesh Adate, Sankar Jayaram, Syed Abid Natvi, Rizvan Sheikh, CK Barlingay and Peter Jones and Prem Suri. So there you go. There's the teams then for you as we're just about to get underway here at Hamworthy Cricket Club for this final international test as well for an England side before the Tri-Nations, the Home Nations games to come next month in the Midlands, where England will play Wales, Scotland, and in probably the most highly anticipated game of that Tri-Nation series against themselves, the England Lions. So it's England versus the England Lions, Jason Cornt versus Ed Gordon-Lennox. But anyway, we'll start things off. It will be Rajesh Adate to start things off against Paul Radage. We're underway. Touch early here at Hamworthy Cricket Club, 2 minutes to 12. You can see a great shot there of the people watching on that grandstand. That's a good view of the cricket, isn't it? But a wide signalled. Gets England started up on the board with their opening ball. And with that, they'll get the first run as well. 2 for naught. England, and Radage gets his first run on the board off his second delivery. Yeah, nice bit of wind though. And it's meant to be a nice dry day again here at Hamworthy, as I mentioned in my little pre-match weather report. But yes, it's hopefully another dry day. We've had many a dry day this summer. We had a few spots of rain. No, we were a slight bit rain delayed at Hursley Park yesterday when the England over 60s sealed a clean sweep in the Clean Clad Cup. Another great day at Hursley Park. Lovely ground in Winchester, near Winchester. But obviously this, coupled with the games Royal Ascot last Thursday, where England put a score on the board of 350 for 5. The US got their highest score of the tour so far last Thursday, when they finished on 198 for 6. And then at Eastern Castle on Monday, England batted first. And after a bit of one of the most compelling spells from the US this tour, really, when they got England to 23 for 3 and 100 for 5. England finished on 321 for 8. By the time of the US batting innings, they were 107 all out in these Lions games. So Lions hoping to emulate what was seen by the first side in the Clean Clad Cup. They want 3 wins out of a possible 3. Good from Ravi Shuri. You know, he really hoped that this tour has been a proper learning curve for this US side. And he's just really enjoyed the experience. It's been a really loaded tour full of games for them. As we did our first boundary of the day, right towards the OB truck. There we go. As England move on to sits for naught. So England move on to sits with this final delivery then of this first Rajesh Adate over. Radish one from one, and that was Sanjay Berry claiming his first runs on the board with his fourth delivery. Sanjay Berry and Paul Radish to open this innings. Sanjay Berry returning to the Lions format this afternoon here at Hamworthy. Quite a few returning to the fold today. Paul Garlick, Phil Hilson and Lee Self returning to the Lions fold. Obviously after Lee Self impressed. Getting 3 wickets for himself at Chipping Camden on Sunday. And Zahir Mohammed, Martin Watkin coming into the side as well. Zahir Mohammed really impressing in that Midlands 11 game at Loughborough last month against Australia. So nice to see him in the fold. Another talented player. And that just shows how, like we saw with Ian Barton and Charles Schofield at Easter on Monday, you know, it's a fantastic test, really. It just shows how much that Lions format can really just... There's such a competition for places now, which is so fantastic to see. But anyway, into our second over we are then. Paul Radish and Sanjay Berry on strike. Two minutes past 12 here at Hamworthy. As you say, properly down south. Great to be down this part of the world. England's final international test before they take on the Tri-Nations to round off what has been a loaded summer of sport for them. This is the final game of a third international tour. That's a good call. How's that towards the umpire? But nothing given from Radijaya. Maheshwari then in his first over. 2 dot balls. Will get a run this time though. They might get 2 out of it. They're going to go for it. No, they still have 1 run. England move on to 7 for naught. So we've got the clubhouse end and the we always like to pick a name for these ends at the ground. Sight screen end, or perhaps the big trees. And there's a load of trees right towards this side that you can see on screen at the moment. Clubhouse end as well, which we like to see. It's a lovely clubhouse. Went in there earlier. Great facilities here at Hamworthy, even for functions as well. It's a fantastic club. So if you're in the local area, come on down and watch a bit of cricket. Got a few spectators watching along. It's meant to be a lovely day. 26 degrees the high here today, as we're currently in the middle of this heat wave. 4th of our summer. That's lovely from Sanjay Berry. And that will be 6 runs. Beautiful shot. Don't know where that ended up, but it ended up right towards the clubhouse. Fantastic. They move on to 13 for the loss of no wicket. Sanjay Berry moves on to double figures. 10 for him. So 7 runs in that over. sits off that last ball, of course. So not a bad over, apart from that sits for Abhay Maheshwari to open his innings with the ball in hand. Paul Radage will be back on strike then at the commencement of this third over. Been really impressed with the England Lions this summer. Shown themselves to be a really great unit, and more so than that incredible series of games they had against Australia when they were down for the Grey Ashes. 3 games that were just absolute thrillers, just like the 5 Grey Ashes one-day internationals, pushing that Aussie side right to the limit. At Cheadle, Hume, Ooty Bridge and Stratford. It's been nice for the Lions as they, coupled with obviously the England over-60s sides facing off against the West Indies in the Stonehill Cup and the USA in, of course, the Clean-Clad Cup. The Lions have had 3 internationals apiece against both nations and games against Wales, Scotland as well. So they've really plied their trade against some really good nations, and it just shows how much competition for places there is, really knocking on the door of the selection committee. And that's another great shot from Paul Radage. Now he'll go for 4 runs. England move on to 17 for the loss of no wicket then. Radage on to 7 off 6 deliveries. Expensive start to this. Rajesh Adate over 2 singles and a 4. With 3 balls remaining. Apart from that chip in Camden game, England, if it be the over-60s or the Lions, have reached the 300 run mark in every game. 3 times, getting over 350. Of course, yesterday at Hursley Park, that record score of 382 runs for the loss of 3 wickets. A really fantastic total. Overpassing that record that had been held for 3 years since the game against Wales. 374, I believe that was, a few years ago against the Welsh, who we'll see again, of course, in that Tri-Nation series. Be good to see England and Wales battle it out again. That was the start of our summer on the live streaming in Newport at the end of May. It's a nice effort for another single. One more delivery of this Adate over to end his second. England already on 20, 3 overs in. What can they add with this final delivery? And now they'll be going towards the boundary, yes, for 4 more runs. There we go. Just slow up a little bit on that outfield. You can just see that on the replay there as Chetan Shah looks to go for that. Just about makes the boundary rope. As England move on to 24 for naught. Thanks for joining us on the live stream, everybody. 10 past 12 here. Here at a beautiful Hamworthy. The sun shining down on us. Bit of wind in the air though. But that clubhouse grandstand, if you can just see that in the corner of your screen, just starting to populate a bit with people watching on the cricket. It's a lovely day for it. So don't blame them. Having a bit of food and a drink on that grandstand. It's a lovely place to be able to watch a game of cricket. Great viewing point, vantage point, if you will. few dot balls to start this second Abhay Maheshwari over. But the great thing is, and the most important thing that Ravi Shuri mentioned in his pre-match chat with me, was, you know, this tour overall has been such a nice experience. Every ground they've been to, some really top-notch facilities that they've been to on this tour. And they've been to Winchmore Hill, Royal Ascot, Chipping Campden, East Newcastle, and of course yesterday at Hursley Park, and they finish off, round off this 6-game tour here at Hamworthy in Dorset. Good go for that run, England, to break that Maheshwari dot streak. Dot ball streak, I should say. Move on to add to the total then. England move on to 25 for naught with 2 more deliveries left for Maheshwari. Be interesting to see players today like Zahir Mohammed, like the likes of Phil Hilson, players we haven't seen many times. It's just coming through that Lions format. Martin Watkin we've seen a few times over the summer. Lee Self, as we mentioned, impressed really well, didn't he? Just shows how you can do well for the Lions. Shows how much you can do for that England over 60s first team. And what a day he had. A chip in Camden on Sunday. 3 wickets along with Phil Deakin's 4. Oh, really? It's a great... Oh, that's a lovely effort from Sanjay Berry, and that'll go towards the... Yeah, towards the river, towards the football seats on our near side, just behind the truck. 4 runs added to the total. Sanjay Berry moves on to 19 runs off 12 deliveries. Nice little partnership forming here between Paul and Sanjay. Do tune in, folks, and comment where you're listening from, watching from. Great to hear from you. Let us know where in the world you're watching the final England Lions game against the USA, as that goes almost towards the boundary, but well fielded in the end by Bhavani Padada before it can reach the boundary rope. Prevents 4 runs. It's third over for Rajesh Adarte. And he comes again then. Two runs on a dot ball to start things off for Adarte. So he's going to send another one coming into Paul Radich. Early wicket wouldn't go amiss for the US. But a second up ball in succession isn't too bad either. Jason Corns, as you heard earlier on in his interview, spoke on how he's been impressed with what he's seen from his Lions side. He wants to see more of the same here at Hamworthy. Both times, of course, they've reached over 300 runs. He wants to see that again. That's a nice shot. Oh, it's a shame for Bhavani Padada. He was looking to just claim that, but it goes under. His leads for 4 runs. Radish moves on to 15 off 16 deliveries. And Berry 19 off 12. goes. You can just see a plane flying off into the distance. They saw a slight sight of a cricket match, but they were wondering what was going on as that flies into the clouds. Went on my first flight the other month. I went through some clouds, some proper turbulence. Wasn't a very nice experience. The rest of the flight, though, very smooth. Would recommend air travel. Rajesh Adate coming in then for his penultimate delivery of this, his third over. A two dot balls, a 4 and another dot ball. How can he end this third over? We'll see in just a moment. England on 35 for naught after that boundary. Okay, one more run out of it. Nice run in between the wickets by Berry and Radic. Moves England on to 36 for naught at the commencement of the 5th over. Nice shot there of the scoreboard and a few spectators. One of the England players, I'm just trying to work out who that is. Can't quite see on my screen, but nice to be chatting away. Perhaps to a few family members there. England opening this 6th over of their innings with Sanjay Berry and Paul Radic remaining on strike. It's going to be Pardeep Gill then to have his first over of the day. He had a good hit at Hursley Park before being the last to be batted out yesterday. Bowled out, I should say. Berry 19 off 12. A single on the dot ball to open this opening Pardeep Gill over. Been one of the most impressive US players on tour. Of course, ahead of that fast approaching over 60s Cricket World Cup in Canada next summer. This time next year will be well underway with that World Cup. England hoping to go one step further than Chennai. But the US, who had a decent World Cup of their own, will be hoping games like this really just add to their experience of, of a group that really is just building in confidence every time they head out here. Even in the 4 games I've done in the past week, I've really seen sparks from this US side that they really can, on any given day, test out any side. Because you looked at the what we saw at East Newcastle on Monday against this Lions side. Had England at one point at 23 for 3, 100 for 5. Of course, then in the end ended up taking 8 wickets. So not a bad return. So there's been some really good spells from this US side, and that'll provide a lot of you know, a lot of good decisions from Ravi Shuri and his side. They've been made on this tour. He'll be pleased on the flight back, I'm sure, about where his side have come on this tour. Gilden, 1, dot ball, 2, 1, a wide, and another single. He'll end his first over. What can he do? And then Sanjay Berry. Sanjay Berry moves on to 22 of 15 deliveries. Can he add to his total so far today? He can't, and that'll be a dot ball to end that deal over. 6 runs conceded. England moving on to 42 for the loss of no wickets here at Hamworthy Cricket Club in Dorset. Thanks for joining us, everybody. Just see Peter Jones strolling past the 2 England batters there. England, a commendable total so far as they enter this 7th over, 42 for naught. Well on their way to be well over 100 by the time of the first drinks break. Or well on their way to 100 at least. That's a nice shot again. Ravi Maheshwari hoping in his 3rd over of the day. That's up in the air. A cracking shot. That will go for 6 runs over the sight screens. And there's somebody to reclaim that for the USA. As England move on to 49. Just one short of that half century already of runs. As they look to try, yeah, that ground does have a bit of a dip actually as it goes, as Rajesh Adate tries to find the ball. Hopefully he can find it. It's the only problem if it's gone right into those, it's like a conifer trees, yeah. Not well versed, my granddad knows his trees, but I don't. Yeah, God, if it gets lost in there, my goodness, you might not be able to find that, unfortunately. As they still look to try and find it. I think they're going to try and probably get another ball, perhaps. If they have one, they must have a few replacement balls, if needed. Oh, we know ball looks to be on its way to the middle, I think, possibly. It was a beautiful shot, though, wasn't it? By Sanjay Berry. 28 of 17 deliveries for him now. He's having a really good return of it now. Did he find that? I think he found that in the end, Ravi Maheshwari. Well played. They did find it in the sea of conifers behind the sight screens on this right-hand side to us in the commentary booth. And there you go. They found that ball. So a top ball, a 1 and a 6 to start this 3rd over for Ravi Maheshwari. He'll be hoping to keep Sanjay Berry a bit quiet, but the way he's in form, that's another boundary for him. Really, really good stuff from him as England move on to 53 for the loss of no wickets. Sanjay Berry on to 32 runs. Very admirable total after 18 balls delivered. That's the 50 partnership, as mentioned, in just short of half an hour between Paul Radich and Sanjay Berry. Great opening partnership for them. Run rate quite impressive of just short of 8 and over at the moment. Great position to be in to come to the end of this 7th over. 2 deliveries remaining. And a much needed dot ball for the US. Maheshwari will be hoping for one more to end the over. An over that's already seen 11 runs. Sanjay Berry will be licking his chops if he wanted a few more runs to add to his total already. This time Badada has it and prevents a run. And England at the end of that 7th over, run 53 for naught. He missed the toss. The US won the toss and Ravi Shuri elected to bowl first. England into their 8th over. Paul Radich and Sanjay Berry opening the order for the Lions this afternoon. This will be Pardeep Gill's 2nd over of the day. Goodness, just sort of slipped away from the wicket there. Radich was fortunate to get that around the wicket. That's a great shot. And that'll head towards the boundary. 4 runs. As Rajesh Zarte goes to collect again. 57 for naught then for England. Radich moves on to 23 off 24 deliveries. A really admirable total alongside Sanjay Berry, who's got 32 off 20. Pardeep deal. Into Radich again. They will only get the single out of it this time to move on to 58 for naught. Radich 24 off 25 deliveries and now for Paul Radich. Yeah, luckily the boundary was prevented there, but 2 runs more, bringing England on to 60 for the loss of no wicket. Here at Hamworthy Cricket Club, here in Dorset. That's another nice shot. And Ravi Shuri races towards the boundary rope to prevent that boundary. Another 2 runs. One more delivery then of this Gill over. His 2nd of the day. Oh, it's up in the air and it might be a catch. Peter Jones, that's a fantastic catch. Up in the air by Sanjay Berry. And Peter Jones with a hell of a catch. To catch Sanjay Berry out, who was on fire to start off this innings. He's out for 36. And it's a first wicket took for the USA, a breakthrough. For Pardeep Gill at the end of his 2nd over. England 62 for 1. Pardeep Gill claiming that first wicket then at quite a crucial time, because Sanjay Berry, the way he was going, he's racing towards that half century. So in to join Paul Radage now. Is going to be Martin Watkin. So the Radage and Berry partnership is breached. That was a fantastic catch by Peter Jones. Beautifully caught by Benny on the replay. Peter Jones really just had to watch that in the air. Come down. Up in the air from Sanjay Berry. It's a beautiful catch. Great end to that over. That had been a bit expensive before taking that wicket. Dot ball 4-1, 2-2. 9 runs off that for Pardeep Gill, but he won't mind that. Nice wicket for him. In comes Martin Watkin then with his red cap to join Paul Radage with bat in hand. Paul Radage. Nice shot. It's saved well from the boundary rope. Just had to be careful there, England, but a few more runs to add to the total to start off this ninth over. And England will move on to 64 for 1, I believe. Just wait for the scoreboard to update. Radage. In again then. Yeah, confirmation of 64 for 1. And another run to add to the total after that dot ball. We'll move England on to 65 runs as we say, Martin Watkin joining Paul Radage. Yeah, nice hit nonetheless off 23 balls for Sanjay Berry. 36 runs. A really good start to the innings for him. He'll be a bit disappointed he can't continue, maybe do his half century, but a good hit nonetheless from Sanjay Berry. Martin Watkins' first ball then. It's a dot ball. Yeah, decent over this from Maheshwari. Only 3 runs conceded and 3 dot balls. He'll be having to make that 4 off Watkins' third delivery. Oh, Maheshwari just stops himself before he makes that run up. That's another one. 4 dot balls out of the 6 and only 3 conceded. England end that one on 65 for 1. Watkin yet to get off the mark. Tenth over to come then for England. 65 for 1. Joining us now in the commentary desk is going to be the Inland Lions manager, Paul Gelder. Paul, welcome to the commentary desk. What have you made of it so far? Breakthrough for the US, but a great partnership to start things off between Radic and Berry.
It is, yeah. Morning, Owen. Or is it afternoon? It's afternoon now.
Just about afternoon.
Yeah, it's a good start. Yeah, very good start. 6 for 1. Sanjay was going to start cutting loose, and they just top edged that one. It was a hell of a catch there by Peter there, wasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly was, Paul. But even, yes, that's a. It's been nice to see in this series between England and the US. I hope if that third win, over 300 runs. But it's been nice for the Lions. Jason Court mentioned this, Paul. Regardless of the opposition, it's been nice to see a different test for the Lions.
It is, yeah. And that's, we need to keep them on the toes, don't we?
I'm on the other camera at the moment.
Started off with the West Indies, and they was quite strong. Obviously, Australia was a massive test for us.
Yeah.
And then yeah, the USA. I mean, it's great to have these guys over. A really friendly bunch. Yeah, it's really good. And then we've got another test on Sunday. We've got the UK Indians at Martin, and then we've got the Tri-Nations, which another test. It's just entertaining.
Yeah, I spoke to so many people this week, Paul. That Lions game against the England over 60s just seems like a really marquee matchup to end the summer off, doesn't it? How excited are you for that game?
Yes, we are. Yeah, well, it's, me and Jason just been having a quick chat about it, and yeah, it's. I think it's probably it'll be the icing on the cake then, even just to play England. We've been around watching and supporting them, but yeah, the Lions against England, I think it'll be I'm hoping it's going to be a good game, and it's not a drubbing for the Lions, but yeah, I'm really looking forward to that.
Yeah, because we've seen it so many times this summer, Paul, where it's been the likes of. Oh, and that's a. Oh, almost a stumble buff, and he must have got back in his crease just beforehand. Yeah. Right. But yeah, it's those games, Paul, that where the Lions this summer, have really, especially looked at those three against Australia, really pushing the Aussies right to the last. And you look at it now, really that selection committee, really, you've seen people at county level as well. It's just an ever thriving setup, isn't it, the Lions?
It is, and it's developing all the time. So obviously the Lions had a couple of games last year, but this is the first year where we've really pushed to get a line side. We're really pushing to get new blood in, and as well as having the Lions competing on their own, it's to keep the England guys on the toes.
Yeah.
We got guys coming through, and they know that they can't rest on the laurels and say, well, I don't have to try. Well, there's guys here now knocking on the door that so they're all looking over the shoulder now, which it can only benefit not only the Lions, but it benefits the England setup. Everybody's now looking over the shoulder and saying, well, I've got to up my game now and play.
Yeah, certainly. We've seen that a few times. Case in point, with the likes of Timor Allen, Mel Dobson, and you've seen they've really impressed and then gone on to play in those big Grey Ashes games, and that must be pleasing for you as Lions manager, Paul, because it shows that, as you say, you've took on a busier schedule this summer. That's even Jason was saying he's been part of obviously both sides, and especially the last week he's been so busy, hasn't he? But even with that, Paul, it's having those more games, it's having more tests, as you say, keeping them on the toes. For you as manager, seeing then your players then get that chance and really impressing in those Grey Ashes games as well. That must be really pleasing.
It is good. It's great. With Mel Dobson and Timor, and we always knew that these guys are good players. We knew Timor was a good player. We knew Mel was a good bowler. Can they do it? Can they step up and do it at an international level? That's always the thing. And I think with the Lions at the moment that we've got here is it's not full international, but the guys are stepping up and they're they're doing well. They're not sort of backing away and being nervous. But yeah, Timor's we knew Timor was a good player. We always knew that. Can he do it international level? Yes, he can. He was doing it for the Lions, and I think he was always gonna be in the England setup. Yeah, he's a great player, really good player. Same as Mel Dobson. Unfortunately he's injured at the moment. Otherwise he would have been playing yesterday. But yeah, Mel's a good bowler, and can they do it at international level? Well, you play for the Lions, and if you can do it for the Lions, then you go up, and as we've seen, yeah, Mel can step up and do it, and that's what it's all about. You look at the county stats. You've got some players in there that are really good statistically. They're taking wickets, getting runs at county level, but then can they do it at a higher level? Not all of them can, but yeah. So with the Lions, and that's what we're doing. We'll bring them through, give them a try out, and see if they can do it at another level.
Yeah, just went to the end of that over. 5 dot balls and a boundary there. Moves England on to 73 for 1. But yeah, you mentioned Timor there, Paul. My goodness, what an absolutely great hit he had at Hursley Park yesterday. 137. That's fantastic for Timor. Just I think we had Richard on the commentary call when he was just getting higher and higher, and of course, unfortunately, when he just went out. But my goodness, even what a hit for him yesterday.
Yeah, it was brilliant. Yeah, it's good to see him get some runs because I think even against Australia, I think he got two or three 50s against Australia. Which, 60 odds. He got some high sixes, which was really good. And then that 137 yesterday was brilliant. Yeah, it was really good. Really chuffed for him.
No, really good. Yeah, England on to 73 for 1, as I said. Just entering the 12th over now. But yeah, it's been... We've mentioned this a few times this summer, Paul, but the amount of planning that goes into these sort of games, almost months in advance, isn't it? When you look at the games like this, putting games like on beautiful venues like this here at Hamworthy, it's brilliant today, isn't it?
It's beautiful, lovely ground. Look how flat that pitch is. Yeah. Isn't it? It's like a bowling green, isn't it? Yeah, it's beautiful ground here. Really nice. And yeah, I was really fortunate when I took over as Lions manager that 95% of the groundwork had been done for me. Paul Bradley had done tremendous amounts of work, and he'd sorted all the grounds out, and then it was just a matter of then just checking and making sure everything was there with catering and things like that, But yeah, a lot of the groundwork was already done, so no doubt I will have to do that this back end of this year and early next year. I'll be looking around at venues and where we're going to go again next year and who's coming over. Can we get some touring games?
Yeah, that will be nice. And even, you mentioned Jason there of what a busy few weeks he's had, between the England over 60 side and of course skipper in the Lions. What have you made of his stewardship as captain?
He's good. He's really good. And we seem to gel together. We don't beat about the bush. We just talk pretty straight, and what you see is what you get with Jason. Yeah, he's a really good cricket brain on him. And for the Lions, he's been a really good manager. Captain.
Yeah.
Been a really good captain.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm not one to stand up there and do a lot of speaking, and Jason stands up there and he's really good. He takes a lot of pressure off me as well. As a really strong captain, he's really good.
Yeah, it's nice to see players like Zahir Mohammed in today. I remember he did very well in that Midlands 11 game against Australia, I believe, didn't he? was that? I'm trying to think if I've got the right name there, but I think he.
No, he played against Wales. So we brought him at Appley, and I think he got 60 odd there. He come in sort of 5 or 6 and ended up getting 60, 67, 68. I think he got. Yeah, it was a good knock, and then of course we brought him in again today just to give him another run out.
That's good.
Yeah. I'm getting accosted here.
Kevin Watson and Simon Ralph behind us having a bit of fun with Paul Elder. But yeah, that's nice as well, Paul. Obviously, when you see the players, especially Simon's part of the setup today, but nice to see Kev Watson.
Yeah, it's great. It's great that the guys, the England guys are coming and supporting us. It's really, really good.
Yeah, that is nice because you end up, that just shows how the team is really, that bit of a set, but it's such a close knit group.
It is. Yeah. Everybody supports each other. We, when we can, we'll go and watch the first team, and then the first team come and watch yours. I know, says Kev's here with his wife Jill, and the England captain Ed's here as well. So yeah, it's good. And what I find as well, it's good to see Ed here, the England captain. That some of the Lions players can actually see Ed and chat to him, and they think, well, there's maybe a chance that I can put myself in the shot window and maybe get a call up. And it's good to see Ed there. So Ed's also looking at the Lions as well. So he's not only taking mine and Jason's words for it. He's forming his own opinion.
Yeah, 2 singles and a dot ball to start this Maheshwari over, and that's a decent effort from Paul Radage. Come towards us just about, yes, just about gets to the boundary rope. It's a good chase though by Ravi Shuri nonetheless, and Prem Shuri, but yes, on to 83 for 1. And that's the good thing with these players in the Lions setup. Paul, it just shows how, especially look at, well, we saw Lee Self when he claims 3 wickets for himself at Chipping Campden in that second ODI in the Clean Clad Cup on Sunday. That's when you see players that have just going from strength to strength, aren't they? Because it's that confidence, isn't it?
It is
confidence breeds confidence, doesn't it?
Yeah. It's always a confidence thing, whether you bat, whether you bowl. And we've always said, as a batsman, if you're lacking in a little bit confidence, A4 or a lovely cover drive, and then you're back into form again. And it's same with bowling. Sometimes you're bowling and you just can't get that line and length right, and then all of a sudden it just clicks and away you go. So it's massive confidence, and yeah, with Lee taking those 3 wickets, that's really boosted his confidence.
That's brilliant. The end of that over. England move on to 84 for 1. Here at a lovely Hamworthy Cricket Club here in Dorset.
Was you at Eastnor?
Yes.
Yes. What was the teas like? I heard the teas were
Oh,
pretty
yes,
good.
it was nice. Yeah, it was nice at Eastnor. Yes, that's right, you commented, didn't you? Yeah, it was lovely.
Yeah.
That's been one of the highlights of the tour, I think, all these cricket teas. It's been, we've said this to so many of the players, and the hospitality that we've been getting at these grounds has just been second to none, hasn't it? It's just been nice to be able to, just such friendly people as well that we've been seen at every ground.
Yeah, they're really friendly and really looked after us from the first game at Elton. Really looked after us there all the way through to here as well. And it won't end. We'll be going to Martin, and they'll be looking after us at Martin as well, like they did when we played Scotland. So yes, it's good. It is very good. Yeah.
That just adds to the experience of the day, doesn't it, Paul? Because you're having a great game of cricket being played here, but when you've got the great hospitality, and always a nice crowd forming, which I always
Yeah.
like to see as well. That's always nice, isn't it?
It is, and it's good for the clubs as well. I remember that first game against West Indies at Elton. There must have been 350 people there. It was really, really busy, and of course, you know, as well as having spectators here supporting the guys playing cricket, they was putting money over the bar as well, which is good for the club. So yeah, it works both ways. You know, they're coming here watching a good game of cricket, and they're putting money over the bar at the club.
Great stuff. Another run to add to the total
So
there.
I-
Oh, there's a
it's
tight
gone-
one. We see a bit of
yes.
my goodness, bit of trip up there. My goodness, we'll just see that on the replay. Seems to be okay though. Paul Radage.
Yeah.
He's nearing his half century. Then Paul Radage, another player, Paul, who's just been so influential this summer, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has, and I know he started off in the first team, and then he had a slight injury, and then he was back in the side again, and yeah, him and Mark Eames with that at Royal Ascot, you know, when they both put 215, I think it was 215. Both got centuries. Yeah, they're really, really good. Paul's a really good player.
Yeah, and, you know, you spoke about Mark Eames there. He had a great hit at Royal Ascot, another great
That's
hit
a great shot
from Paul Radage, and with that, he'll move on to 49. One off that half century for Radage, but yeah, he got over 150 runs, didn't he, Mark Eames, on Monday at East? It was an absolutely fantastic hit, wasn't it?
It was a hell of a knock, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He's a really, really good player. And then I think he played on the Tuesday for Warwickshire. I think he got 11, didn't he? Yeah, he'll have been disappointed. But yeah, he.
Because that's been the most incredible thing about it, Paul. When they've had a busy schedule such as this, and we spoke to a few players that have said, even when I was speaking to Jason yesterday, he was saying it's been a busy few days. And then you look at obviously the county championship as well. It's just an absolutely packed old schedule for you guys at the moment, isn't it?
It is packed, absolutely. Yeah, and some of the guys are still playing 50s, so they play 60s on a Tuesday, 50s on a Wednesday, and then they're playing for England on a Thursday or on a Friday. So yeah, you know. And I think it was probably last year. And I remember Mel Hussain was saying he played about 60 games, I think, in last year. So yeah, and then they're still playing club cricket as well. So on a Saturday, so some of the guys are playing club cricket, and yeah, so it's it's a packed schedule. Yeah.
No, it's brilliant. That's that's been really, really interesting to see. And I've got to say, that's been, you know, this is the last, obviously, of the proper international of the third country to come over this summer, which is absolutely superb, really. Again, that shows that, like, year on year, we seem to be getting some fantastic tours here. And obviously with the World Cup to come, that's another one, Paul, as well, because you look at it with Canada on the horizon. That'll come round so soon, won't it? Even that's a year away, and it'll soon be. These months are going by a bit too quickly for my liking. But the problem is with that, Paul. Well, no, it's not a problem. It's the good thing with that is that these Lions players, as you mentioned, great words you used there. That shop window, especially with Ed Dawn and Lennox watching on. Someone has a fantastic hit here, gets themselves in the England setup, and then they might have a big chance of making a plane for Toronto.
I think a lot of the players are looking at that at the moment. So with this game, and then we've got the UK Indians on Sunday, and then we've got the Tri-Nations, and I think some of the guys will be pushing and asking questions of Ed and saying, well, look, I'm now getting runs and wickets, and you know, am I going to be considered for the World Cup? But we've also got to think about next year. I know the World Cup's in August, but we'll be looking at maybe back end of April into May. We'll be looking at maybe getting some Lions games and some England games before the World Cup. So we'll be getting some pre-season friendlies in, and so even then they'll still be players that we will be looking at, and we're still looking at them now. As you see, we've got Dean Sykes is back again. We're having another look at him, and so we're always on the lookout for players. But yeah, definitely. Regards to the World Cup, yeah, there'll be a lot of players will be hoping that they're gonna go to Toronto next August.
Yeah, and you mentioned a few more players. Just finally, Paul, you've seen on Monday. You were watching on, and you saw the debutants, Ian Barton and Charles Schofield. What did you make of them on their maiden voyage?
Yep, Ian's been on the circuit a while, and yeah, he seemed to bat well. 32, I think he got. Yeah, he batted really well. And then Charles, good leg spinner, and that's something that we've been looking for 6, 7, 8 months. A leg spinner, and if anybody's listening, we're still looking for leg spinners. But yeah, it's good that we've got Charles, and he'll be playing on Sunday against the UK Indians. So yeah, we'll be having another look at him, and hopefully he's going to be one for the future.
It's brilliant. That's the England Lions manager, Paul Elder there. Thank you very much for joining us, Paul. Been great to get your insight as always. Thank you.
Not a problem. Cheers, Owen. Thank you.
There we go. The drinks break comes at a good time, and I think I said that England would reach their century, and it's banged on it at 15 overs, 100 for 1. Paul Radage with his half-century of 52 runs. Brilliant from him. And with this drinks break at 100 for 1, that's a great total for England to be at a third of the way into their innings. They can really start going for it. Of course, only the loss of 1 wicket as well. So that first drinks break, of course, that only breakthrough for the US was the loss of Sanjay Berry. Brilliant wicket for them. A great catch from Peter Jones. But other than that, Radage and Watkin doing well. And as we say, Paul Radage, 52 of 55 deliveries to reach his half-century. So you rejoin us after the drinks break. Good return for England so far. 15 overs in, 100 for 1. What can they do then in this next 15 over spell. Spanned on 1 o'clock here at Hamworthy Cricket Club here in Dorset. Radic just hitting this half century. Martin Watkin alongside him. The only blemish for the Lions so far was the loss of Sanjay Berry after he was hitting very well indeed. 36 runs off 23 deliveries. 4 fours and 2 sixes in that time. So if he'd been kept in, my goodness, he would have been dangerous. So crucial for the US that they got him when they did. After a great catch. It's that Pardeep Gill claiming that wicket after that fantastic Peter Jones catch. And Gill is back in again for his 6th over. Nice from Watkin. As well to try and get 2 runs, and they will. Martin Watkin moves on to 10 runs of 13 deliveries. And moves England on to 103 for 1. Apologies about that. The scoreboard's maybe some wrong info. Should have put my glasses on. It's Prem Shuri in the middle for his opening over. A 1 and a 2, and then a 4. Martin Watkin going along quite nicely. 14 now off 14 deliveries to move England on to 107 for 1. Well needed dot ball for Shuri. After a 1, 2 and a 4. But it's opening over nonetheless. It's nice from Watkin. Gets it past mid-wicket for 1. Radic claims his 54th run. And at the end of that, the 16th over. England on 109 for 1 here at Hamworthy. Lovely venue here in Dorset. You just see Nigel Moore, Jason Court there watching on. And a few of the US players as well. Head of, it's a lovely venue here at Hamworthy. Great to be here. Next up for the US to take this next over against Paul Radic will be Rizvan Sheet, the vice captain. He just prepares his field a little bit. Just moving Prem Shuri. Just a bit towards the wicket again. It's Paul Radic. Radic and Watkin almost acquiring 50 runs between them. Radic 54 or 57. What can he add to the total here? Dot ball to start off though for Rizvan Sheet. Ball ended up hitting Martin Morton, I think. He's alright though. Rizvan Sheet in again then after 2 dot balls in to start his opening over. Nice from Radic. 55 off 60 for him now. Moves England on to 110. Quick stuff from Peter Jones. Hot on the press on his stump. Martin Watkin though was in his crease. So he was alright as they looked to just put the wicket back together. Had a bit of a problem with it at Eastern Castle on Monday, where the bails completely broke. Nothing like that this time though, which is good. Rizvan Sheet in again then. Beautiful from Martin Watkin as that comes towards us for the boundary. Glides over the ambient mic for 4. And that brings up the 50 partnership for Paul Radic and Martin Watkin. 52 runs in 53 balls in 37 minutes. That's cracking from them. Your name, sorry. Your name? Stuart. Stuart, yeah. Sorry, last name? Platts. Stuart Platts, brilliant. You're chairman of the cricket club. HR director of the club. Thanks. Thanks. That's all good, yeah. And joining us now in the commentary desk, pleased to be joined, that's all good, by the chairman of this Hamworthy Cricket Club, Stuart Platts. Stuart, thanks for joining us. What have you made of it so far? An honour to be having an international Fitzgerald round.
Yeah, it's been very interesting. A bit different than what we normally have. Normally have a lot of club cricketers bashing it everywhere.
That's right. Yeah, how nice is that to just be able to, as you say, England and the USA, you know, the Lions, but it's a fantastic standard of cricket, isn't it? It's just fantastic to see this at your ground, isn't it? There's a lot of planning that goes into it, isn't it? That probably not a lot of people don't realise. Yeah,
there's a lot of work behind the scenes in effort with Dorset Cricket Board and also the club here themselves. We're trying to arrange between the two sides all the off the field exploits that are required for it all. It has been a bit of a interesting things to deal with. It's not just, you know, the normal tea, you know, it's afters and making sure they're all happy. They seem to be all enjoying their day here so far.
Yeah, and how long have you been club chairman? And well, how long have you actually been here at the club?
I've been here, I was just working that one out the other day, about 26, 27 years I've been here. Club captain, treasurer, secretary, done nearly every role that's required. We got stitched up with the chairman a few years ago. Nobody wanted it.
Yes, and it is a fantastic club you've got here in terms of the actual facilities. There's quite a few sports that are played here, aren't there? It's quite well versed in its sports here.
Yeah. The other, you say that. The other Saturday we had an FA Cup game, and then we had a cricket game straight after. It was like 12 o'clock kick-off for the football. They had the football club had an FA Cup game, and then 2 o'clock when they finished, all changed 2 o'clock for a league match for the cricket team. So as much as it's multi-purpose, different times of the years, it was multi-purpose in one day. And then in the actual club that day, I think we had 2 weddings, a 60th birthday party, and everything. It was busy, but you know, you need all these things to keep the facilities going. Otherwise, it would could go bust or things like that. You need all these different items involved in the whole club.
Oh, certainly. Even as you just mentioned there, non-sporting events. My goodness, it's such a popular venue, isn't it? And it keeps places like golf clubs and cricket clubs. It really keeps them alive, doesn't it?
Yeah, you can't just do the sport nowadays. You have to have alternate stuff going on to make all the clubs survive. You've got to diversify as well. Certain times of the year we must have more wakes than anything. Wow, yeah. And they are good money earners for the club. It helps us keep the facilities going, because the groundsman basically throughout the year does the cricket, the football, and the golf course.
Yeah, wow. Yeah. Fantastic. Yeah, the end of that over. 119 for 1 then for England. Radage on 56 off 61. Watkin 23 off 24. Both hitting very nicely. But yeah, for this cricket club, it's as you say, it just becomes such a hive of the local community, I suppose, when it's got so many different sports, when you've got all these events going on. That must be just a proud moment for you to just be, especially for the cricket club, to be chairman. It's fantastic.
Yeah, this event's proud for us, because I don't think you don't get many international games. It doesn't matter what age or what level. Having an international game in Dorset is an achievement in itself, and to be chosen to hire this or organise this was great.
I guess one thing groundsmen have had to deal with this summer, it's been a quite dry summer for our standards, isn't it, for the great British weather?
Yes. We had a 3-day game last week with the under-18, and he was pleased it was called up, finished at lunchtime, because he was on there watering the whole thing. He got the whole place watered, and obviously we got a football friendly next Tuesday, so he's got to give this a good bash next week. But we know it's near the end of the season for cricket now, and we start to put some of the wickets to bed now, so he's doesn't have to focus too much on them. Just making sure I think we've got 5 games left here now between now and the end of the month. So another year over, as they say.
Yeah, it's been trying to adapt that, because as it's been quite normally in a normal summer, and we say this every year, but mine does it normally always is. Oh, it's up in the air from Watkin. Yes, it will just go over. It almost trickles for 4, but I think we'll get a few runs out of it, as it won't get to the boundary rope. But yeah, that's been the fact of it, Stu. It's interesting really, where normally in a normal summer you'll have a few washouts, won't you? Even a few cricket games washed out.
Yeah, we would have had a few washouts. I think we've only had one game that's sort of like one county under-16 game was the only game that's the other week, a couple of weeks ago. That was the only game here that's not been completed. All the rest of the summer's been brilliant, and it's been great, because we also hold the Dorset T20 Finals Day here, so we're here from morning, noon, and night, and Dorset only started doing that a couple of years ago, and we've held it here, and it's just having a Finals Day is just taken off. People just love it. T20 Finals Day, it seems to be the in thing now. Things like that, it does well for the club, and it does well. Everyone sees this venue in its best.
That's great. Yeah, what do you expect for, obviously, like you say, it's coming up to the end of the season now, but when you it's another successful year of it you've had. What do you expect over the next few years in terms of where this club can go? I see some lovely nets just down there as well. It's nice to see a few different facilities, isn't it? Especially when training facilities as well. It's so important in a game like this, isn't it?
Yeah, with the help of the ECB and all that, we built them a few years ago.
Fantastic. Yeah.
So the ECB had a lot of thing, and obviously with the way they do funding and everything like that, it's great. You couldn't really, with most organisations like that, what they do to help clubs fund. Yes, you have to go through sort of a lot of paperwork, but you can understand that, so people don't sort of like take money and then it all disappears. Going down the black hole where because someone somewhere along the line, doesn't matter what you're in, they're always looking to try and get money for nothing, aren't they? which is a shame, really. But hopefully, like answering your question, yeah, we just need to go back in our youth section and improve that. Because many years ago we used to run about six or seven youth teams, and then we had a successful period. Obviously, the last few years we've dropped off a little bit. We're in the process of trying to come up with a few plans in place to try and get the youth section more than a couple, 2 or 3 sides now. We do all stars on a Sunday morning, and we have about 25, 30 kids here, which is great. And hopefully we'll start doing that again. It's just sometimes it's having the right people in the right jobs.
Yes.
I've found over the years, if we've been lucky, sometimes we've had school teachers and they sort of like they promote the club and they send people off, and then you get one from there, and then and that's when I think a lot of the clubs are their most successful when they've got certain jobs, people in the right jobs in the right place, and it does help the clubs.
Yeah, you mentioned the youth level there. How are sides doing at all levels at this club? Is it all thriving at the moment?
They're doing all right. They're all doing all right. We've had a disappointing midweek season, but all the rest of them are doing all right. They're doing. If you said at the start of the season, I'm just glad to survive the season, but everyone's performed better than you anticipated. So, just by doing that, hopefully, especially our under 14s and 15s, they all are triers, as I would say. They're not all the flamboyant, which we've had in the past. They're all triers, but we've been lucky enough. We had some quality players come through the club, and then we got two players that are on Hampshire's books now.
Oh, fantastic!
There's one of them players plus his brother are actually been over in Canada. They might be playing in the T20, the proper T20 adult competition. They've been on trials over there. So, we have had some success. They obviously, once they leave, they have to go up to a higher level, kind of a standard, play high standard. But, yeah, I've had 2 or 3. They've all come back playing this year, our midweek team, sort of like. It was all most of our youth lot, and they've all come back. They have come back and played this year. So even the lads on the Hampshire books have come and played a few games for us. But obviously, second half of the season, they all play Hampshire seconds and everything like that. But hopefully, good luck to them all. Be great if they could get professional contracts. It's a sport they enjoy and love, and they go on that. But it's trying to get a contract at any sport at a high level is cutthroat. It's not an easy.
That's right. Well, that's right, isn't it? At grassroots level, it's you've really got to be that diamond in the rough, haven't you? Really, it's almost trying to find that sort of. It's such that margin for for those players, especially when you look at Premier League and you look at all levels of sport, wherever you are, it's exactly the same, isn't it? It's just that elite level is absolutely fantastic. But how pleasing is that when you get to see players, as you say, abroad in Canada, it's fantastic to just see that and you think where they've come from. It's brilliant, really.
Yeah, they still keep in contact. Like we're still on our WhatsApp groups and things like, and the younger lads all still are in contact with them all, and they meet up and they still go. They're not, what I'd say. You never hear from them again. They still keep in contact with a few of the other lads, and one of them's helped us get, do all sorts of things with kit and everything like that. So it's not just about them. It's great that they've gone and achieved things, and and I'm praying they get into it so we can watch them on the tally.
That'd be great. Brilliant. As a cricket man yourself, Stuart, where would you see yourself? See England now at 135 for 1, really commanding total. Radage on 67 off 71 now for him. England, every game against the USA this series have reached over 300. Is that golfing class against this US side? But a US side that is learning all the time. Where do you see England finishing off this afternoon?
I would expect 300 again, no problem. On this track, we score 300 nearly every week this year. So I would expect, and they're obviously, even at the age they are, they're obviously far more quality players. Yes, obviously the bowling's a bit better, but you always see quality players like when they play the square cut and everything like the difference at the top level sort of thing. So yeah, I think 3. If the 2 openers was the other opener was still in, I would have been looking at their breaking the record, especially with this outfield.
Yeah, he was hitting 4s. He hit 2 6s in that short spell. Sanjay Berry was well on his way to that half century. That's up in the air by Martin Watkin. And it's all unlucky for the fielder on that far side there. It rolls out for 4. Yeah, Rajesh Adate almost on that. It goes towards those trees again, and that's ball went into those trees early. It's almost a bit tough to retrieve it after that, isn't it? Sometimes, Stuart.
Last year it would have been, but the groundsman's had a winter of them clearing in the trees. So because they're having another go this year because you've got private school, Camford schools over the back. There's sort of like a walkway in between the two things, and it can bounce over and go into the school end. But you can still get it if you get up there. You know the way around up there. But yeah, I think 300, 350 is looking good here.
Yeah, the England over 60s yesterday at Hursley Park had their record total of 380. I've got it right here in my book. I should just have a look. 382 for free in the end at Hursley yesterday, and that was their record total at over 60s level. And it's inspiring to see. We always say this with the over 60s, but they're such a good bunch of players and such a nice bunch of players, but they put on a great standard of cricket, isn't it? It's just really nice to see.
Yeah, it is. It's enjoyable. I'm trying to work the names out, and if any of them played county cricket and all that. Yes. We're trying to go through the list. We know Paul Garlick plays for Bournemouth Sports locally, so he plays in the second and third team of Bournemouth Sports, who were in the Southern League. So he's played a decent standard of cricket. Southern League's not aware. The Southern League had, Glenn Maxwell from Australia. He played for South Wilkes. Yes, yeah. And they had Dimmy Mascarenas played for Bournemouth. Oh, wow, yeah. And I think there was a wicket-keeper batsman that was Australian, played for New Zealand, played for Bashley, but I can't remember his name now. But he also played international one-day stuff and everything like that. Fantastic.
No, it's always nice to see. And it's always, even when players have come over on these tours, it shows how big of a world this is, but how small of a world this is. Because some of these Australian players have played their cricket earlier on in their career. As you say, they've played. It's great to be seeing some of these players reunited, Stuart. But as you see, it just shows how. It shows actually how small of a world this, especially with cricket, everyone knows everyone, it seems, at this level.
Yeah. You sort of like meet somebody once and then that'll be it. I know Glenn Maxwell used to keep in touch with the guys up at South Wilkes, even when he left. I knew that. Only because the chairman at the time of South Wilkes used to be a manager on who I used to work for, Openreach. He used to be a manager, and he had a bed and breakfast place that he used to stay around. His son was sort of like captain of it, so I knew a lot of information through that. And it's like you said, it's a small world, and you sort of like, I didn't know at the time he was manager, he was chairman of South Wilkes. Till I found out he spent half his time at working at the Hampshire ground during the summer.
And just finally, Stuart, is there any big events that the club has got on over the next few weeks that you'd like to let people know about?
Only thing is, in Bank Holiday weekend, they've got the club barbecue. They've got a nice barbecue here that weekend, and then we've only got 3 cricket matches left for the last, and that's really that at the moment. I know we've got Elton John night tickets still for the 23rd of August. So anyone interested at looking in, there's Elton John. Obviously, it's tribute. We normally have a Elvis. Elvis. We have a few of them. We've had ABBA, Elvis, Adele, and all that. We have regular of them, so it's all advertised there on the club Facebook and website and everything. So if anyone ever is interested, just look on it. Loads of tribute bands like that.
Fantastic. One last delivery by Watkin, and it's well fielded in the end. But yes, I can take this moment now to thank Stuart Platts for joining us, the club chairman here at Hamworthy. Thank you for joining us. Hope you've enjoyed your little stint on comms.
I have. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Stuart Platts there, the club chairman here at Hamworthy Cricket Club. Great to get an insight locally of how much this means. What a lovely venue they've got here at Hamworthy. Big thank you to Stuart for joining us.
Thank you. Thanks, mate. Brilliant.
England on to 148 for 1 then. Really good. Watkin racing away to his half century. 38 for him. Radic doing very well as well for himself. 70 off 75 balls. Looking very, very good indeed at the moment. Nice from Watkin as that races towards the boundary for 4. Yes, it does. It just reaches the hill. 4 runs out. Brings England up to 152 runs. Great return. Really are starting to put away the boundaries now, England. That loss of Sanjay Berry at 62 for 1 seems a long time ago now. Halfway through their overs. Currently at 152 for 1. Very, very nicely indeed for England in this final Lions test against the United States of America here at Hamworthy Cricket Club in Dorset. Nice run in between the stumps there, and they'll force a 2 out of that. Yes, they will. Just about. Tight, though. Rizvan Sheet was hot on it. If Radic didn't get back. Almost 50 of you watching us here on the live chat. Do get in touch and let us know where you're streaming the match from. It'd be great to hear from you if you're watching this final test for the England Lions against the USA. Thanks for joining us, as always, on the England Over 60s YouTube channel. Share it, get as many viewers as we can here. Oh, goodness me. Radic there had to be careful to keep in his crease there, because Peter Jones was hot on the press again. Ready to get that. One more delivery then of this Rizvan Sheet over. Against Paul Radic, who currently stands on 70 runs of 76 deliveries. Oh, we've had a few comments from that. We've had Liv Clark, someone that knows Benny very well, watching from Cheltenham. Nice to hear from you, Liv. And also from Trevor Lee, who was joining us in the commentary box at Hursley Park yesterday. Top work, Owen. Not easy doing the whole thing on your own. Looking forward to Kev Watson joining you in the commentary box. Thank you, Trevor. Yeah, it's been great to have you in the box this week. And yes, thanks for your kind words. And yes, Kev Watson to join us. I think we're hoping to get the England captain as well soon. Ed Gordon-Lennox. See if he'll be able to join us for a few overs. Be nice to get his insight. As Paul Gelder put it so aptly, you know, these players are really putting themselves in the shop window at the moment. With that game, you know, with the World Cup in Toronto fast approaching, really are putting, you know, both, you know, these Lions really impressing all the time. They've had such a busy summer. Paul Gelder was mentioning it, how busy the summer they've had, but it's that sort of, you know, that amount of games that they've had against the West Indies, against Australia, the US, Wales, Scotland as well, has really given more chances and more, you know, it's just such a competitive nature of this squad, and it's been really pleasing to see this summer. It's been a privilege to cover it. So yes, we'll hopefully get a nice rolling roster of guests to join us throughout the day, Trevor. It's a lovely day. The sun's really beating down now here at Hamworthy. Did look a bit cloudy. Sun was clouding over a little bit, but that sun is really beating down, as you can see now. 159 for one then. Watkin, 46 off 40. Only 4 runs off his half century now. Oh, great catch. That's a great catch there. And the USA have another breakthrough. And this time it's Martin Watkin. Commentator's curse, as I said to him, 4 runs off his half century. That's a nice catch.
That's a great catch.
Prem Shuri takes his first wicket, and the US is second of the day. England now on 159 for 2 after the loss of Martin Watkin. Caught by Sankar Jayaram there. Great catch as it was up in the air. You could watch it for a little bit. Didn't have to think as quickly as Peter Jones, but it was a great catch nonetheless by Sankar Jayaram. And Prem Shuri gets his first wicket in his 5th over. Yeah, just a slight drinks break as it is a warm day out there. The US just having a bit of a debrief after catching that second wicket.
It's over 60s cricket either. It's on England over 60s.
But Martin Watkin, a good hit nonetheless for him. Paul Radage remains in after 73 runs off 78 deliveries. To join Paul Radage in the middle now will be Zahir Mohammed. Prem Shuri continues this, his 5th over. And quite done it. 2 singles, 2 dot balls. Made that 3 dot balls. And a wicket. Wide though. And that dot ball to end that over. No, won't end that over. This will be the last delivery of said over. And he'll remain at 160 for 2. 60 viewers watching us at the moment. Thanks for joining us, everybody, on the England Over 60s YouTube channel. Just coming up to 25 to 2 in the afternoon here at Hamworthy. Zahir Mohammed now will face his first ball. Yet to get off the mark yet. For Zahir in his 2 deliveries that he's had. Into the 25th over we go. And Radic start off with a dot ball. Where's Van Sheet in his 5th over? Oh, and it rolls through. It won't reach the boundary. But a CK Barlingay will be on that before it can reach it. It was slowing down anyway towards the boundary, but good retrieval of the ball by CK. Here's Van Sheet. That is a nice shot from Paul Radic as it looks to head towards the boundary rope. I think it'll just stop before it reaches there. Yes, it will. But a few runs nonetheless for England. Radic will move on to 77 of 81 deliveries. Two twos in a row. And a dot ball to start this Rizvan Sheet over, his 5th of the day. But yeah, Zahir Mohammed gets it off the mark, but this is his 3rd ball. What can he get, if anything, here for England to start up this partnership with Paul Radic after, of course, the loss of Martin Watkin and Sanjay Berry at 62 for 1. Sanjay 36 when he got bowled out. Called, of course, by Peter Jones. It was a great hit from him. He was, 2 6s, 4 4s. And Martin Watkin hit 5 4s for himself, and he was only 4 shy of that half century. But Zahir Mohammed with that will claim his first run. So they'll move on to 166 for 2 with 1 delivery remaining of this 25th over. It's a nice bit of running in between the wickets. We can say that somebody else will be joining us in the commentary desk now, the revolving door of commentators. But some great commentary partners nonetheless, and making another commentary appearance is England's Kevin Watson. Kevin, good to have you.
Owen, thanks for having us on. As always, you're doing a fantastic job.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, Kevin. Yeah, thank you for your kind words as always. But yes, what have you made of the Lions so far? Obviously, the loss of Martin Watkin and Sanjay Berry, both while they were, nearing half centuries, they were both looking in good nick. But so far, England looking really good, 168 for 2.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, just over halfway, so should be looking 350 minimum, I would have said. Wickets in hand, some big hitters to come. Big ground, push the USA team around and turn a lot of 1s into 2s, 2s into 3s. So the outfield's lightning. So I would think 350 should be on the cards.
Yeah, it's another quick outfield, isn't it?
It's really quick.
Yeah. We had the cricket club chairman on just before you, Kevin, and he was speaking of just how much cricket they've been able to play on this. But it's such a lovely surface, isn't it?
Yeah, I think compared, in no disrespect to anywhere we've played this season, But this outfield looks as good as any we've seen so far. Probably apart from, unfortunately, I wasn't playing in the Midlands game against Australia at Loughborough, but Loughborough I think were a carpet. But I think this is up there. It's really nice, really is.
Yeah, so Kev, it was a good day at Hursley Park yesterday, full of records. We saw Phil Deakin match the record of Jim Phillips. He's now on 51 wickets apiece now with Jim, after he claimed 2 wickets. But what a day for the record score for England of 382. You know, just to be a part of that side, you know, really, you know, you're breaking records all the time with this team. It's just not, you know, that's a fantastic score to get to in any level of cricket. But for over 60s cricket, that is a hell of a target to reach, isn't it?
Yeah, I think we're all delighted. There was I think you spoke to Ed last night, and I think he mentioned about possibly 400. But 400 takes some getting. I know we weren't far short, but yeah, I think in years to come to look back on records and think, yeah, I were part of that, or you know, I bowled the last over in the Ashes series, and to get a tie and all that. You know, that'll be great in a few years' time when you're looking back. And many congratulations, Phil Deakin. You know, two great bowlers there in Jim Phillips and Phil. So yeah, I think he were chomping at the bit to get on yesterday to try and get 3 wickets to get in front of Jim. So yeah, I think he's climbing away from me a bit now. So I don't think I'll get anywhere near them too.
But yeah, the good thing is, Kevin, you know, you've been a part of this Lions setup where, you know, the competition for places, and you see the likes of people like Zahir Mohammed come in today, who's impressed against Wales a few weeks ago when the Lions played the Wales B side, and you look at the likes of people who, you know, came in on Monday at Eastern Castle. You see the likes of Ian Barton, Charles Schofield, players that are really impressive at county level are coming into this Lions side. And Paul Gelden hit the nail on the head when he was on commentary a few overs ago, and he said, with the England captain Ed Gordon-Lentz watching on, really putting themselves in the shop window to then try and get to the Lions and then try and get to that over 60s. It's competition for places. You must be feeling that at the moment. It's a really competitive squad, isn't it?
Yeah, you feel under pressure all the time, to be honest. I always say this. I've probably said it to you on commentary before. You know, to play as much as I have for England has been a massive bonus for me. Never thought I'd play as many. And now I'm starting to feel one of the older guys. You know, there is a hell of a lot of pressure on. But this is what we want. You know, this for England to progress. Then, you know, we need a strong Lions team. We need people in county cricket to be putting pressure on to get into Lions. And as you say, you know, likes of Ian Barton and Schofield that are given an opportunity. I think Ian Barton's playing again, and Schofield possibly on Sunday. So again, it gives them another opportunity. As you say, Ed's here watching. And yes, you know, it's competition, and that's what we want. You know, you can't go into any series, but especially against Australia, you know, you don't be going in and you 12 almost picks itself. Yes. You know, you do need that competition, and I think we've discussed this before, but the you know, the Lions over the last couple of years probably haven't done what we wanted it to do, and you know, they've sort of changed the format a bit this year after the trial games. And now it's everybody who's playing Lions as a good case to put forward to be, you know, to be touching the England setup, and this is what we want. You know, obviously as people get older, people will drop off, and we need to have, you know, we need to have people ready to step in and keep that momentum going that we seem to be building.
Yeah, no, that's right, Kevin. I've spoken about this to quite a few people, quite a few of the guys, and it's like, you know, how busy of a summer it has been. But when you look at it, obviously this is coming at the end of this game today. Obviously that'll be the end of the third country to come over here for a tour. You obviously have to the West Indies, Australia, and of course the US now. But it's keeping yourself sharp, isn't it? Because especially when it comes to that's a close one there. As Radic will get another run, but that's where it's keeping yourselves sharp, isn't it? Because ahead of that World Cup to come in Toronto, everyone needs to be on top form.
Yeah, it's a difficult one because there's quite a lot of lads, including myself, that still play club cricket on a Saturday. You've got your county stuff on a Tuesday. You've got your England stuff. I've again been fortunate to have played quite a few Lions games, as well as I think I've played every ODI apart from one. Two, sorry. Played every ODI but two this summer, plus Lions games. And I think from my club side, I've only played 5 or 6 games this year. But I've still played 30 odd games, and we've still got a few to go. So it's getting that balance, and obviously your club sides want you to play every Saturday because that's that's their interest. Obviously they want you to do well with your county and your country, but they're trying to do things at club level and want you to be involved. But at our age, as well as and as fit as some of us think we are, then you've just got to manage it. You've got to manage your body. You've got to manage your time. And it's not just the playing side of it. It's the travelling. Obviously same as some other lads. I were playing in Leeds on Tuesday for the county, and then myself and Jill had a 4.5 hour drive down to Winchester then for the ODI on Wednesday. So that's the thing this summer. It's fantastic to be involved and playing, of course it is, but I think it has taken its toll more than we thought on the travelling side of it, because as you say, Owen, there's been three tours that we've had, three touring teams over here, should I say, and it's we've been all over the country, and we've still got the Tri-Nations to come.
Yeah, it's times like that, Kevin, when you realise, yes, we're on an island, but it's a big old country, isn't it? Still, isn't it? When you're coming up and down the country, especially when you come from Yorkshire down to Winchester, you don't realise how far down south we are at the moment.
No, that's it. Different time zone down here, I'm sure it is. I mean, I think Australians would probably laugh at us because I know when we toured there back end of last year, and you were talking to their lads after a game, and we've got a 6 hour drive home, so that's not too bad. And you think, Christ, we know we're a small island, but it is still, especially when the schedule has panned out, it has been a lot of toing and froing up north, back down here, but we love it, and that's why we're doing it.
Yeah, I wasn't very happy as a Worcestershire native to find out that Yorkshire beat them on Tuesday. But how was that on Tuesday?
Yeah, we managed to sneak by them. I love Steve Small to bits. Obviously, one of my England colleagues, and I did get him out on Tuesday, and it wasn't a wicket I celebrated. To be fair, great to get a wicket and put pressure on him, but I didn't want to get Steve out. But no, to be fair, Owen, I thought there's some good players of Worcester and fully deserve to be in the knockouts. We know we're a strong county. We're many people's favourites, but I don't read too much into that. When you look at the teams that are still left, the 8 teams that will be left come next Tuesday. Lancashire are there as holders, and rightly so. Essex are always a strong side. Cornwall have shown what they can do by beating Warwickshire, who again will have been one of the favourites with their England lads playing. So I think it's really good for county cricket that there's so many possible teams that can go far in this county championship. So, and I think the Worcester lads are actually going on tour next week. They're going to Belgium and the Netherlands, I believe. So they're having a week over there playing cricket. So again, brilliant stuff.
Yeah, it's been really pleasing to hear actually especially with the county championships, starting up again. How big, we've known it over the last year or so when we've been covering it on commentary for the internationals, but for county cricket, as you say, I've heard from many people that there's to a county there's almost 3 or 4 teams in each county, and I think that's extraordinary, really.
Yeah,
To be a part of that, that must be just, that, as it's just growing all the time, isn't it, at county level?
Yeah, I think somebody was saying we're 3,900, so we're getting up to 4,000 players across the board, and as big a county as Yorkshire is, we've probably been a little bit behind in that it's only this year or last 2 years that we've had a second team. Some have got thirds and fourths, and have more players than certainly we can draw on. So no, it's brilliant, and as you say, this is the reason we're here. We're still playing at 60s, and that's Paul Radich's 100. Apologies, Owen, I'll let you take over.
That's right, thank you, Kev. Yeah, 100 for Paul Radich. Great century for him. Brilliant to see him off 97 balls. He gets his century. 10 fours in that as well. A brilliant return from Paul Radich. Always a really consistent player, isn't he, Kevin?
No, he's a quality player, is Paul. We sort of first come across him start of last year. He got 140 odd against Yorkshire, and he just destroyed us. And we thought we had a good bowling attack, and it's funny. I think this is his second century against USA. Same with Mark Eames. Like you were saying earlier, the depth of talent that England have to call on. It's frustrating for some of these lads as well. It's brilliant to be involved in the Lions and getting a call up, but the frustration is trying to then get into the England team and then keep your place in the England team, because there's just that much competition, which is brilliant. It gives Ed and Paul and the selectors a bit of a headache.
Oh, swipe at that from Zahir Mohammed. But yes, England on to 193 for 2 off that. We've just had a comment from Trevor Lee in the comments. He says, "See you in the semi-final, Kev." There you go.
Good to see you yesterday, Trevor, and best of luck on Tuesday.
It is. There's a few games still to play, wasn't it? Because the weather called off a few games because it was too hot. I heard. I think there's a few.
Yeah, some of these southern softies didn't want to play. I think because it were over 20 degrees. So no, there were 3 games off. So I think most of them are playing on Sunday, and then obviously they'll play the quarter final on Tuesday. Then depending who gets through. But
do you know who you've got on Tuesday?
Yeah, we're playing the England captains county. We're playing Gloucestershire, so they're coming up to a lovely ground in North Yorkshire called Sesse, which I think you were not a million miles from there last week on your holidays. So yeah, again, that's going to be a tough game. Ed Gordon-Lennox and Razi Ahmed and Rob Austin, and they've got some quality players of Gloucestershire. So again, we have to be on our game, which you would expect at this stage of the competition. There should be no easy games at a quarter-final stage. So
yeah, that must be a great dynamic to have, really, when you're in with these lads all the time for England, but when you're playing for county, it must get really competitive when you see, especially when you just mentioned Steve Small there, when you see the skipper on Tuesday, that must make it a really different dynamic.
It is. It's funny. I was thinking this yesterday that I'm doing a lap with Phil Deakin or Jason Corn or whoever it is, Richard Merriman, and then the following few days you could be in a battle against them for your county, and it is great, and this is what it should be like. You should have to pit your wits against the best, and that's what county cricket's all about. I think you maybe have mentioned it a million times already, but I think the great thing this year, the Tri-Nations is important for us, for Wales and for Scotland. But the added spice this year is obviously everybody's talking about the Lions playing England, which we've been calling out for a couple of years. So I think down in the Midlands, that'll be a very interesting mid-September game. So, and again, a lot to play for. There's a lot of pride at stake and a lot of, well, give me a chance and I'll show you what I can do. So.
Well, that's right, Kev. Yeah, it'll be an interesting game now. We keep mentioning that, but Paul, I'll say I had Paul Delder on earlier, and even he was saying it's just it's an icing on the cake to what's been a really, really successful summer for both England and the England Lions. It'd be nice just to see where both sides are at and that competitive nature just to come through. It's going to be a proper grandstand game, isn't it?
Yeah, it'd be fantastic. I'm not sure what the schedule is yet, whether that's the last game. Normally that we don't usually play them, so I don't know whether that's going to be the third game of the Tri Nations. But yeah, what a finish to the summer. That's it's been very successful. We beat the West Indies. We've obviously beat the USA. We've great shot.
It's a great shot by Mohammed as he gets a boundary. 206 for 2 now. Yes, just a bit delayed on our stream, but yes, 206 for 2 now for England.
Yeah, I think if we're all absolutely 100% honest, then we didn't quite manage to get the Ashes back. But to draw that series, tie that series, however you want to say it, after losing to them in Australia, then I think it was a fair result. But yeah, just it has been a superb summer. I think it's been a lot busier than we all expected, but some fantastic games of cricket.
Yeah, and just finally, Kev, before we let you go, we've got to talk about that final over in that Grey Ashes finale.
Yeah.
3 weeks ago today, actually.
Is that when it was?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And even at Royal Ascot, my goodness, it was. You look back at that over and you think, my goodness, it was all the DLS drama, everything amplified, 2.5 hour rain delay.
Yeah.
Just had to happen in the 5th and final game, didn't it? But
Yeah.
a few wickets were took early doors in that last over, and you thought, well, hang on a minute here. This could really be a proper grandstand finale, and it ends up on that last ball. What were you thinking on that last ball?
Well, at the start of the over, I think they wanted 6 to tie and 7 to win. And I think because of, if it had been anybody else and there were, I can't remember how many wickets down there were, 6, 7 or whatever it was at that stage, then you would probably say, well, we've a good chance. Because the Aussies bat so deep, they were favourites without a doubt. But I'm just thinking, well, if I can get ball in right area, which I hadn't done in my penultimate over that went for too many. Yeah. I thought if I can get the ball in the right area, then yes, we've a chance. If we field well, we get the ball straight in, then there's a massive chance to get 2 wickets with the first 2 balls. Obviously, that was more than we were expecting, so that's put Aussies on back foot a little bit. And if I'm totally honest, Owen, I was slightly disappointed with my last 4 balls. I would normally back myself to be able to defend 6 or 4 balls, but that's the beauty of cricket. The 2 lads batted really well and saw the side home. I think Neil Brathwaite ended up running the wrong way to start with because he just didn't pick the ball up. It were a little bit dark. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's something to look back on. As I said right at the beginning, it's something to look back on in a few years' time and think, yeah, that was me. I bowled that last over and we managed to get a tie out of it. Or you could look at it and say, well, we didn't manage to win. But no, I think a fair result all round, really. Apart from just not getting his hands on that urn. So yeah.
Yes, at that drinks break, 207 for 2 then for England. 103 for Paul Radage. 17 for Zahir Mohammed. And just finally, another question has just sprung to mind, Kev. With that World Cup coming next August, it's really going to be quite the competition, quite the tournament, isn't it, next August? With plenty of people trying to fight to get on that place on the plane.
No, I think as I said, with the Lions performing like they've done and putting pressure on the selectors, I certainly wouldn't want to be trying to pick a 16, 17, 18-man squad to go to Canada. So difficult. It's another year on. We're all another year older. Are some players going to be available? Are some players going to be dropping away? New players are going to be coming through. So I think it's fantastic. The drama of it all already, and we're a year away. But the planning probably does start, or has started, from the management. That they'll probably be looking at the timelines, and they'll work back from next August, and they'll be working it backwards to see, who's available. What can we do, trial game wise, practice wise, whatever, just to see, who should be lucky enough to get on that plane next August.
Certainly. Certainly so. But yes, it's going to be a really intriguing tournament come next August in Toronto.
Yeah, I think I think the Australia tour is the pinnacle. If you can get to go to Australia and play in an Ashes, but Chennai, the Chennai World Cup certainly wasn't far behind. It's a dream to play in a World Cup as well, and in that phase of it, you get to play against 6-7 countries. So it gives you an opportunity to test your skills against other countries. So it's tremendous.
Well, a big thank you to Kev Watson for joining us. As always a pleasure to be chatting to him, even if Yorkshire did beat Worcestershire on Tuesday. But we'll let that slide.
Yeah, sorry, Owen. And appreciate your time as always, and keep up the good work.
Brilliant.
You've been fantastic this summer to have you all here. So well done.
Brilliant. Thank you to Kevin Watson there. Great to always have him on and get his insight into the inland summer. Brilliant to hear from Kev. Great stuff.
Brilliant. Thank you.
So 207 for 2 then inland. Apologies at the moment, we just haven't got the scoreboard. Just at the moment, we can. I've got my scoreboard at the ground, right in shot. I can tell you. Obviously, at the moment, that drinks break just being took. England on 207 for 2, 103 for Paul Redditch. A really good return from him to get his century, and 17 for Sahir Mohammed as well. So a nice for England. As we say, the loss of 2 wickets. That was Martin Watkin and Sanjay Berry. But England in a good position. And with those wickets in hand, they really can start to put some runs on the board. That's another 4 for Sahir Mohammed. As England move on to 211 for 2. .21 now for Mohammed. He's hitting away quite nicely. Yeah, great to hear from Kev Watson there. Always a great insight into how England are at the moment and how competitive that squad is. A year out from the World Cup, it's going to be fascinating to just keep an eye on that. But yes, I'll let that slide that Yorkshire beat Worcestershire the other day. They gave a good account of themselves, though, Worcestershire, which is good to see. If you're in and around any of those county championship games, sound some really good contests. So do get involved with some of those games. They look absolutely brilliant. Enthralling county championship series, of course, including one of the commentators you heard yesterday, Trevor Lee for Cornwall. Will we see that semi-final that Trevor was on about of Yorkshire versus Cornwall? That'll be a proper semi-final, and that'll be fantastic. It's been great to see who comes out on top in this year's county championship. Mohammed and Radic doing well. Top ball there. But to end that 31st over, England Down to 212 for 2. Here at a beautifully sunny Hamworthy Cricket Club here in Dorset. Thanks to everybody joining us on the YouTube stream. Over 70 of you on now watching live, which we'd love to see. Keep getting involved in the comments below. What are you thinking of the game so far? What are you looking forward to? With the Tri-Nations to come next month. Games against Wales, Scotland, and of course that marquee matchup of the series, England versus England Lions. That will be an interesting contest. We'll be providing live commentary for those in September, the 14th to the 16th of September. Not that wrong, the 16th to the 18th, I think. We'll get the dates to you, confirm them in just a moment. Yeah, the Tri-Nations in the Midlands. Dorridge, Moseley and Nolan Dorridge Cricket Clubs, 16th to the 18th of September, so just over a month away for those, and that'll be the final games of England's summer, that pat-told summer that they've had. Kev Watson was saying all about the travel element of it as well. Sometimes not thought of where how much travel goes into it, having to come down from Yorkshire to Winchester after that county championship triumph in that first knockout game against Worcestershire on Tuesday. Having to come down 4 hours to Winchester to get to Hursley Park yesterday for the third ODI in the Clean Clad Cup, which if you missed it yesterday, England sealed the series 3-0 with their highest ever run score of 382 for 3. England moving on to 215 for 2. There's another delivery into Radic, but it will be a dot ball. We spoke about it. It's a lovely outfield here at Hamworthy. Kev Watson echoing the sentiment of Paul Gelder and the Cricket Club chairman, Stuart Platts. What a lovely ground. This is a lovely venue for this game today. $217 for 2 then for England, 107 for Paul Radic, not out. And there's the England skipper Ed Gordon-Lennox watching on, looking to see who's impressing him today. England will win for sure, says Arnav. Thanks for getting in touch, Arnav. With shots like that, they won't go too far round. Cracking effort there to get some more runs on the board as we start this 33rd over. Another 4 runs for Zahir Mohammed. Brings England on to 221 for 2. Another delivery to come in to Mohammed. It's another decent shot. Saved from the boundary though by Ravi Shuri, the US captain. Does the same again. Shuri there on the boundary. That's a nice effort again from Mohammed as he looks to try and chase that down Shuri, but this time he won't be successful. That's another 4 runs. 32 to add to the total then. For Zahir Mohammed moves England on to 227 for 2. Really hitting on quite nicely now. Looking to reach 300 for the 5th time in this US series of games for the Lions and the over 60s side. Only once they didn't reach 300. And there wasn't much they really do about it because the US, of course, were bowled out for 46. Incredible spell. 7 wickets took and almost as many balls between Phil Deakin and Lee Self. Slight misfield there. Will allow another run on the board when it didn't look like there should have been one, and there's a bit of a protestation in the field there. Bit of a cheap run to give away. Okay, yeah, no worries. So yes, 229 for 2 then at the commencement of that over. Into the 34th we go then. $109 for Paul Radage now. Really good return from him. He was 100 and retired last week at Royal Ascot alongside Mark Ames. A lovely day. Sun's beating down. You could just see a few spectators there watching along in the sunshine. It's a great shot from Paul Radage. And that'll go towards the boundary for 4. Moves Radage on to 113 and England under 233 for 2. That's right. That's right. It's a nice effort from Paul Radage as it goes towards the boundary for 4 and goes towards the England captain Ed Gordon-Lennox, who has to retrieve it from nearer the scorer's hut as England move on to 237 for 2, 117 runs now for Paul Radage. Great return from him. So wind, you can just hear that. Despite the really sunny day, it is still quite windy here in Hamworthy. I suppose we are down by the coast here in Dorset. Yeah, thanks for joining us, everybody. Over 80 viewers now on the live. Thanks for joining us. Always appreciate everybody's support that we've heard over the summer. Big thank you to everyone that's got in touch. Continue to do so as well. It's another lovely day of cricket. And if you're in and around the area, come on down and join this ever-growing crowd here at Hamworthy. Get yourself a nice refreshment. And watch a bit of cricket. Can't be better than that, can it? On a lovely Thursday afternoon. Just like to take this moment to, she won't be watching because she's highly invested in the bingo, but happy birthday to my mom. Give her a shout out on the YouTube, she'll be chuffed with that later. Her birthday today. Hopefully she's winning the bid at the bingo, let's hope so. As bid as this run chase for England at the moment. 118 for Paul Radage now. He is doing superbly in there. Similarly, I think he wants something similar to Mark Eames. Of course, they both hit centuries at Royal Ascot last week. Both retired on 100 and 101 respectively. So like Eames got at Eastner on Monday is 150. Oh, I'm trying to remember how he got. It's over 150, 155. It's a beautiful return from him. In for 3 hours batting. It was absolutely extraordinary at Eastner Castle in Herefordshire on Monday as England reached 321 for 8 and bowled the US out for 107. And with that, Mohammed is gone with that. That's a shame for Zahir Mohammed, who was hitting quite well. Completely swipes at that ball. That's a 3rd wicket took for the USA. Zahir Mohammed. It's a shame for him after 33. For him, a nice little return. England, 239 for 3. As he goes towards his teammates. Apologies, we will get the store hopefully back on for you at the moment. Just trying to sort it out with the storers in the storer's hut. Yeah, should be back momentarily. But yes, a slight breakthrough for the US, claiming that 3rd wicket of the day. Paul Radage with that on to 120 for him. But Phil Hilson off the mark as well as we enter this 36th over. Radage and Hilson on strike now. Radage on 120, leaving England on 241 for free at the moment.
Yeah, that's fine.
We can just momentarily bring on the master behind it all in the OB truck, as we've just had a few issues with the score. Ivor, good to have you on the commentary. Can you just let us know what's been happening with MV play?
Hello, and yeah, I've been running around. I tell you, I get my steps up on these games. I tell you, and I'm not even out on the field. Yeah, I don't know. It's just an opportunity, really. MV Play, one of our sponsors, and this has been new to me as a technician in broadcast, I have to say. But this enormous database, kind of international database of data around cricket, which our scorers, who are sitting in a little hut on the opposite side of the field, tap away, concentrating on the game and putting the statistics into the system, and then we draw that down on our own sort of local computer here in the OB truck. But just every now and again, as these things do, it's the bane of my life. It's what makes me sit up, bolt upright at 3 a.m. in the morning, thinking about. They do freeze, they do go down, and so I've just popped over and seen our lovely scorers on the other side of the field there, and they're desperately trying to tap their way back in on their laptop to the system, and that means that the score will update as should, as has 99.9% of the time. And we'll be back up and running. So do apologise to all of you watching in on YouTube, because I know you do like to study the score, but I think my colleague Owen to my right here and Benny to my left on the camera will keep you updated and views of the scoreboard, which does seem locally to still be working okay. So I thought I'd just pop on and just explain that.
Yeah, thanks Ivor for that. Yes, it's as I've mentioned, great database there of just all the stats there. So I can say I've learned a lot from just studying that over the sport of cricket. But yes, thank you, Ivor, for that, letting us know about the score. So yes, England onto 246 for free, 123 for Paul Radage. Fourth run added just there by Hilson. Gets on to, but with that, Paul Radage. We see this on the replay. It's another breakthrough for the United States of America. And for Paul Radage, that's a shame for him, but what a hit nonetheless. 123 runs for him, eclipsing his century that he saw at Ascot last week. But another breakthrough for the US and another great wicket took in Paul Radage. England sit on 247 for 4. In comes Martin Ford then to join Phil Hilson. It's a brand new partnership forming up then, as Hilson's acquired 4 runs to his name just so far. Just under 9 overs to go here at Hamworthy Cricket Club. 9 to go then. 247 for 4. Delivery to come in to Phil Hilson now. And another run added to the total. Hilson will move on to 5 runs. England will move on to 248. But a loss of 4 wickets. Paul Radish a cracking hit nonetheless. He'll be pleased with that. 123 before he was dismissed. Martin Ford gets his first run on the board. 249 for 4. As England one away from that 250 mark. And they'll get just that. .250 runs now. Hilson sits for the day. Another delivery to come into Martin Ford. That's nice, actually. Got to be careful with that. And Hilson, I think, just gets in before the chance of being bowled out there. Tight run out there, though. As if by magic, there we go. MV play has got back up and running again. And there you go, 251 for 4 for England. As you say, with 8.2 overs remaining. Looking in quite good nick, even despite the wickets. 4 singles in succession. But a decent return for England so far. Last delivery of the over then. That's a nice one from Hilson. Full strike on that. It will be another single to add to the total to bring England on to 252 for 4 at the end of that, the 37th over. As you can see here, beautiful Hamworthy Cricket Club. Great clubhouse they've got here, fantastic facilities. And with 6 wickets in hand, yes, they've lost a few in recent overs, but England still have a chance to provide quite a commanding total on the board. Still a very respectable run rate of 6.8 and over, leaving them on 252 at the moment. 8 overs to go then. It's nice from Hilson, but well fielded by the US captain Ravi Shuri to prevent a boundary. And limits them to 1. 8th run on the board for Mr. Hilson. And 253rd of the day for the England Lions. Nice from Ford. Just prodding away. 1 on the dot ball to start this 4th Chetan Shah over. Really can feel that wind coming, blowing a gale. Another one to add to the total. Ford moves on to 3 off 4. Hilson 8 off 11. Ravi Shuri just Ravi Shuri just altering his field a little bit. One more delivery then. Of this Chetan Shah over. Martin Ford with a nice effort. Did add another one onto the ball. They go for two. And they do for it really well, Hilson and Ford. Nice two there, ran. One dot ball one, one dot ball two to move England on to 257 for 4 at the end of the 38th over. Seven to go then for England in their innings. 257 for 4 in this third Lions test against the United States of America. Thanks for joining us here at Hamworthy Cricket Club, here in Dorset. The final international test of this England summer. Nice from Hilson, but well fielded by Bhavani Padada. We'll get one more run out of it though to reach 258 for 4. It's a good swipe of the ball by Martin Ford. Will it reach the boundary rope? No, well fielded, but they will get 2 runs out of it. As England move on to 260 for 4 at the start of this. It sits over for Sankar Jayaram. Who's having a good day of it. Took the wicket of Martin Watkin after the catch from Prem Suri. Of course, Zahir Mohammed caught out by Jayaram. Great from Jayaram. Hilson moves on to 16 off 15 for this final delivery of this Jayaram over. It's already seen a 1, a 2, a 1, a 4 and a 2. Make that dot ball to end the over. England onto 267 for 4 with 6 overs to go. Watch the Lions there, just watching on. What do they make of proceedings today? I'll be best pleased. 267 for 4 with 6 to go. Still plenty of time to reach that 300 mark that they've reached every time in their Lions outings. And twice out of the 3 clean-clad Cup internationals. A wide there, followed by a 2 to start this Chetan Shah 5th over. 39.1 overs done. This 40th over commencing now then. Nice from Ford. It's a nice single run there by Hilson and Ford. Moves Ford on to 11 and England on to 271. It's a great shot from Hilson. Really good by Ravi Shuri actually, because that was coming at him at some pace. So to prevent that boundary was very, very impressive indeed. But England with another 2 runs because of that. Then great shot from Hilson. That'll go for 4 runs this time. 277 for 4. Hilson, 22 runs now for him. Off 18 deliveries, he's doing really well for himself now. Here's Hilson. One more delivery then of this Chetan Shah over, and they will go for 1 run due to a slight misfield. Move on to 279 for 4. Five to go then. Hilson 23 off 19. Ford 12 off 11. There they are in the middle. Forming a nice partnership then to close out these 5 overs. Just what England needed if they were to get anywhere near 300, which it looks like they will do. Run rate just shy of 7 over. It will be Sankar Jayaram on this next over. For the United States of America. Up by Ford, but a nice catch. Really nice catch from CK Barlingate. Just up in the air for a fair while, wasn't it, from Martin Ford? And that's a 5th wicket and a 2nd of the day for Sankar Jayaram. Really good return from him and a great catch to match that from Chandrakant Barlingate. Brilliant from CK. And the loss of Martin Ford, just as himself and Hilson were forming a partnership. England now at 279 for 5. Apologies, it was, yeah, well, yeah, it was Jairam. Yeah, well, it was. I got it right, there we go. His 2nd of the day and his 7th over. In to join Hilson, though, is Simon Ralph. Wicket and a single then to open this 7th over for Sankar Jayaram. Puts Hilson back on strike. It's very nice as it's coming towards our outside broadcast truck. Lands right at the wheel. Ravi Shuri will collect. That's a nice boundary to get for Hilson. Continuing what he was doing just before the dismissal of Martin Ford. And that's a nice effort. It's looking to do more of the same. That's another boundary. 2 in succession for Martin. For get the right name in a minute. Phil Hilson moved himself onto 31 of 21 deliveries, and makes this at the start looked a fantastic over. Still is a fantastic over from Jayaram to claim a wicket, but since then 9 runs. Still 2 deliveries to come in this over. So it might prove to be a bit of an expensive one, the way Hilson's going about with a bat. Nice again from Hilson. Ravi Shuri will prevent the boundary though. We have a good bit of fielding, as always, from him. Always fairly consistent on the field is the US captain Ravi Shuri, leading by example. Prevents that to a single. Moves England on to 289 for 5. Brings Simon Ralph back on strike. 1 off 1 delivery so far. Oh, and unlucky for Jayaram, who almost got a hold of that to prevent any run at all. But they will get 1 more to reach 289, 290 I should say, at the end of the 41st over here at Hamworthy Cricket Club. Four to go then here at Hamworthy. Simon Ralph and Phil Hilson remaining on strike after the dismissal of Martin Ford. Phil Hilson. Ralph chatting to us earlier. Always pleased to put on a Lions shirt and represent his country. Great play himself. First I've seen a Phil Hilson note, and he's really impressed me actually. 32 off 22 currently. He'll be hoping for a few more runs to close out these innings for England Lions at a very nice Hamworthy Cricket Club. Nice and warm here in Dorset. Well fielded to start that Chetan Shah over, preventing the boundary for Simon Ralph, just limited to a single. It's lovely from Hilson though. Again, some nice fielding from CK. Big call on Simon Ralph. Umpire remains unmoved though. Put down as a duck ball. It's a great hit from Hilson. And they'll go towards the boundary for 4. Brilliant. Simon Ralph moves on to 7 off 5 deliveries. Six runs off Chetan Shah's 6th over. Here with 2 deliveries to come. And up by Ralph again. Will it be caught? It certainly will. Great catch before it reaches the boundary. And that's another wicket for Chetan Shah. Now the loss of Simon Ralph, as they are starting to hit bid now with a few overs to go. He leaves the field, 7 runs off 6 deliveries. And a 6th wicket for the USA. That's what you're going to see really by England now. I've got a few wickets in hand. We'll try to play out their 45 allocated overs. But we'll try and strike bid. Yeah, 350 I should say, seen at Royal Ascot in that first Lions game. And at Eastern Castle on Monday, 321 for the loss of 8 wickets. In now, though, is someone who had a very positive day. That chip in Camden on Sunday took 3 wickets. It's Lee Self on with the bat now, joining Phil Hilson. One more delivery then for Chetan Shah, and it will be Lee Self to face his first ball to end this 42nd over. It's up in the air from Self, but towards, Bhavani Padada. Slight misfield, puts England on 300 runs. Lee Self a boundary with his first ball. And to end the over, 2 singles, a dot ball, and 2 boundaries sandwiched between a Shah wicket after a great catch from CK Barlingay. So in just shy of 3 hours of play, England reached 300 runs for the 5th time on this tour against the United States of America. Great return of runs. For them. Just in these Lions games alone against the US, 971 runs now for England in these 3 fixtures against the USA. Great return, and they can probably near 1,000 the way they're going with 3 overs to go. .300 for Sitsen. Great return, and Hilson 33 off 23. He's back on strike now for this start of the 43rd over. Bhavani Padada prevents a boundary. It's a single this time. But Jayaram's back for his 8th over. Lee Self 4 off his first. He's back on strike now. Hilson 34 off 24. England 301 for 6. Great shot from Lee Self. And he will have 2 boundaries to his name in as many balls. 8 runs off 2 deliveries from him. Great return from Lee Self already, and he's only 2 balls in. Great striker of the ball. 16 deliveries remain. That's a lovely shot again from Lee Self. Ravi Shuri racing towards our line of sight to claim that before it reaches the boundary and limits England to 1 run. 2 runs, I should say. Nice from Self again. Came another 2 runs off that. Moves England on to 309 for Sitz. With 14 deliveries remaining of this England innings. A few more runs added to the total after a slight misfield. Lee Self. Great return. 12 off 4. Make that 14 off 5. He's doing really well to close out these overs. One more delivery of this, the 43rd over. The 8th for Sankar Jayaram. That's up in the air. Will it be caught? It certainly will. And unfortunately for Lee Self on his 6th ball, he's gone. But a great catch by Mr. Pardeep Gill. And a 3rd wicket for Sankar Jayaram. He's took a few this tour. He was praised for it last night at the awards, but Pardeep Gill, brilliant from him. Great catch. Lee Self out after a great little return off 6 balls, 14 runs. And it's the 7th wicket lost for England. They stand at 311 for 7 with 2 overs to go. So 12 deliveries remain then. And in to shore it up with 2 deliveries, two overs to go is the captain, Jason Cornt, who, as we mentioned in his pre-match interview, has a few busy days of it being involved with the England over 60s side and the Lions, captain in the Lions, so he's had a busy old week. Hilson remains 34 not out. And he'll add another few runs to the total then. One more run brings England on to 312 for 7. Hilson on 35 of 26 deliveries. Ten deliveries will remain then. And the first one for Jason Cornt, the England skipper. Will they eclipse Eastern Castle? That total of 321. Seen on Monday in Herefordshire. Jason Cornt then will face his first ball. It will be Chetan Shah, halfway into his 7th over. Nice run for Cornt to add his first of the day and his 313th for his side. Brings Hilson back on strike. 9 deliveries remain then. Chetan Shah, ooh, bounced up in the air by Hilson. Luckily, doesn't hit his wicket. Over 100 viewers on the live stream now. Big thank you for everyone joining us here. It's a nice hit from Hilson. Gets another run added to the total then. 314 for 7. One more delivery left in this over. In the penultimate over. Proceedings here for England here at Hamworthy Cricket Club as we approach 3 o'clock. That's a wide, yeah, so will be another 2 in this over. Nice from Jason Cornt to get another run on the board. 316 for the weather. Enjoying a great standard of cricket as well. Here at their local club. Jason Cornt back on strike for this final over. That will be finished off by the most prolific wicket taker today, Sankar Jayaram. 3 for him today. Speaking of 3, Jason Cornt will get his 3rd run of the day with that one to start off this final over. It's a belter. Belter from Phil Hilson. Just about prevented the boundary though. Really, really good return nonetheless. Another single. 38 for Hilson now. 4 more balls to come then before the tea break here at Hamworthy Cricket Club. Jason Cornt back on strike, hoping for his 4th from 4. That's exactly what he'll get. He might even get a few more for that, for his troubles. No, good work to prevent the 4. Two runs nonetheless for Jason Cornt, and he'll get on to 5 off 4. 3 more deliveries to come then from this final over, the final over of the 9 allocated for Sankar Jayaram. 3 wickets, very prolific today. Another 2 more deliveries to come then. With that, they've eclipsed their total at Easter Castle of 321, 324 they've reached today. Here at Hamworthy in this final Lions test. And And with that dot ball, we have one more delivery to come in this England innings, and it will be the captain, Jason Corn, to close proceedings for England. Jayaram in. And a single to end the innings for Jason Corn, England. So with that one, England move on to 325 for 7 at the end of their 45 overs. Another great return for the England Lions. Let's just quickly go through some of the big hitters, some of the big stories of the day. First wicket was took when Sanjay Berry, who looked like he was having a fantastic day of it. 36 runs for him. 4 fours, 2 sixes. He was out after a great catch by Peter Jones. That was Pardeep Gill's first wicket. That was that breakthrough for the US. And it took a little while for that second wicket to fall as a nice partnership was building between Paul Radage and Martin Ford. But Ford was caught out after a great catch by Barlin on 325 for 7 here at Hamworthy Cricket Club. Play will resume in half an hour, but for the moment we can just thank our sponsors here at the Inland 60s Over 60s YouTube channel: Stonehill, Sporter Tours, MV Play, Matt Tech, The Jube and Clean Clad. And to close us out, just as we go out for the break, here's a message from our sponsors at Clean Clad. Good afternoon then everybody. Welcome back to Hamworthy Cricket Club here in Dorset. As it's turning a bit scorching now at Hamworthy. The sun's properly decided to come out to play. And the high of 26 degrees looks quite apt at the moment. So yes, England looking to defend their total of 325 for 7 that they got in the first innings. It's going to be Abid Sayed Naqvi to start us off for the US. And CK Barlinde. The US's 7 wickets included 3 took by Sankar Jayaram, who had a nice day. 3 wickets there. Very, very good indeed. For England, they'll be looking to do more of the same that they've seen from themselves, the Lions, and of course the over 60 side, and claim a clean sweep in this USA series. There we go then. Naqvi to start things off against Dean Sights. And a dot ball to start things off. Made that free to start the over for Dean Sights. He'll be looking for a maiden in his opening over. But yes, at the moment, USA need to have a consistent run rate of about 7.3 and over. So quite a steep curve already for the USA. .326 the target to win. There's a wide signalled by umpire. So USA to move on to 1. And with that, they'll be close to a boundary there. And they'll soon get it. Great 4 for Abid Sayed Naqvi. The USA have 5 on the board, 5 for naught. So a decent end to the over. 2 more balls to go. Ooh, Dean Sights has pulled up there. That doesn't look fantastic for him. Ooh, that's a shame for Dean Sights. Jason Corn just going over the check on him. That really does look like he pulled something quite significant there, unfortunately, for Dean Sights. Just as he was approaching his 6th delivery He really did pull up. Looks like it's top of his leg. Maybe a hamstring possibly. Or even as high as his quad. That's a real shame for Dean Seitz. Big blow for him because we know how good he is at the bowling. So we will have a replacement of bowler within the first over here at Hamworthy Cricket Club. That is a shame for him, as he's helped off by a few of the US staff, one of the United States players. So after that unfortunate pull up there for Dean Seitz, replacing him will be Paul Garlick. Still in this first over here because of that injury. 2 more balls to come then towards Abid Sayed Natvi to end the over. Such a shame for England having to adapt their game so early on in the bowling, literally within the first over. With that, Garlick starting how Dean Seitz did with a dot ball. And one more delivery for Paul Garlick to end this over. And that's another dot ball to end the over. The US start things off at 5 for naught. Natvi 4 off sits, and of course that wide early on gives the US their 5 runs in that opening over. Thanks for rejoining us though, folks, here at Hamworthy Cricket Club here in Dorset for the third and final test for the US against the Inland Lions. The skipper, Jason Courtney, is in at the bowling, and we know he likes a maiden. So will he get one? In this second over. And he's halfway to said maiden with those 3 dot balls in succession. That's a nice effort by Barlingate, who will get off the mark of that one. And moves the US on to 6 for naught. Taunton again then. 2 more deliveries in this his first over. Yeah, they will go for that run. As it is racing towards the boundary actually, but Martin Ford collects. Well, it remains at 2 runs, 8 for naught for the US. So then 7 for naught for the US after 2 overs. So yes, 7 for naught. Garlick. Back with the ball now. Back on the bowling. Paul Garlick would love an early wicket. It's a decent bit of fielding though to prevent the run from Natby. For the US, I think it's imperative that they sort of build this early partnership, try and stick in as much as you possibly can. Because that's been almost the downfall of the US. Well, yes, there is that experience level differential. But that's, you know, at times they've really put England to the sword. 25 for 3. At Eastner, 100 for 5. They are coming up against a really talented outfit in England and the England Lions. I think they just need to. You know, they are getting better every time, as Ravi Shuri says, the US captain. Very good start for Paul Garlick after the injury to Dean Seitz since he's come in. 6 dot balls. Made that 7. One more from this and he'll have a maiden. One more from Mr. Garlick. But that's a good effort. And the maiden is kiboshed with a lovely 4. Good end to the over from Abid Syed Natvi. He moves on to 9 off 13 and puts the US onto double figures, 11 for naught. Yeah, there's a warm old day in Hamworthy now. Don't pity these cricketers playing in this heat. Going to be a warm one this afternoon. Into the fourth over we go then. Jason Cornt back in the bowling. He's 0 for 2 at the moment. And look at that for Jason Cornt. A big breakthrough for England. And Jason Cornt claims another wicket this time. It's CK Barling day.
And look at that
11 for 1.
Jason.
England have their breakthrough. Jason Cornt with a wicket. Called out by Simon Ralph. So then, to join Abid Syed Natbi, who's got 9 runs to his name so far, will be the US vice-captain, Rizvan Sheikh. Bhavani Padada. It's just double changed on my screen. Apologies for that. We'll get confirmation on who is out in just a moment. Bhavani Padada then to rejoin Abid Syed Natvi in the middle. Can he change the US's fortunes here? It is a warm one after a few overcast days on the cricket. We're back to the sunny heights of what we saw at Stratford-upon-Avon at Loughborough. Some warm ones we've had this summer. What a summer of weather it's been. I've had to bring the sunglasses out. Jason Cornt, when he's on form, he can take a few wickets. Halfway to a wicket maiden, no. He's 1 for 2 now. Only 2 runs conceded. Halfway through his second over. One more delivery then for Jason Cornt. Bhavani Padada to face his 4th ball, yet to get off the mark just yet. Still early days for him. Jason Cornt comes in again. And there you go. There's the wicket maiden for Jason Cornt. One maiden, 1 wicket for 2 runs for the England Lions skipper, Jason Cornt. The USA remain at 11 for 1. Into the 5th over we go then. And Paul Garlick remains with ball in hand. And Garlick following the example of his skipper and claim a second wicket of the day. He's facing Natby. We'll have a dot ball though, we'll take that. Yeah, that's 2 in succession. This time Natby. Another dot ball. Only 4 runs conceded, and that came in this first full over, I should say. After having to hastily replace Dean Sights, hope all is well with the injury, as Garlick carries on. He's halfway himself to a first maiden. That's 5 dot balls in succession for Mr. Garlick. Can he make it number 6? There you go. It's a wide, actually. So unfortunately for Garlick, he's breached there. There will be one more delivery of this, the 5th over. Still a very positive over nonetheless for Paul Garlick. 5 dot balls wide and then another dot ball. USA team watches on. So USA move on to 12 for 1. Jason Cornt will be back with the ball in hand. Jason Cornt. Bhavani Padada then yet to get off the mark. 3 dot balls. Jason Cornt's on for... He certainly can. End of the 6th over. Since that wicket lost from the US, England have really limited the US to anything. That's 2 maidens in a row for Jason Cornt. It's 12 for 1. Bhavani Padada yet to get off the mark because of that maiden. Runs required for the USA, 314. With efforts like that, Mr. Garlick will be relishing these dot balls. He wants a maiden after that wide just slipped through. Nakavi, 9 off 21. In comes Garlick again. They stop the rot. They might try and get a run out here. Oh, that was a close one for Nakavi. Betty on camera was watching that with bated breath. He was ready to get that run out. But another one added to the total then. 13 for 1 then for the USA. Really slowed down their run rate at the moment. And at the moment, I think I can just see the inland skipper making his way. Ed Gordon-Lennox will be joining us momentarily to give us a chat. We always like chatting to Ed. So he'll be joining us momentarily. So, yes, I'm pleased to say that joining me on the commentary desk now, the revolving commentary desk, is the inland skipper, Ed Gordon-Lennox. Ed, welcome to the commentary desk. It's your maiden voyage on commentary, I believe. Oh, no. Oh, you had one last week, didn't you?
Yes. I nearly had to put you right there, Ravi.
I just remembered. You had one with Matt, didn't you, I believe? Brilliant. Welcome to the commentary desk anyway. What have you made of the Inland Lions today? Getting a decent score, 325 for 7. Brilliant score of over 300 again. 5th time in this US tour that's been done. What have you made of that so far?
Yeah, look, so the USA must be commended on their resilience and their performance, actually. They've learnt every time. They've learnt to bat second. And yeah, Paul Radish batted beautifully to get 100, another one. And of course, well supported by the others. So yeah, another score over 300, and I've just spoken to a few of the USA lads who are still in the clubhouse there, and they were quite relieved to get off for their last period of 45 overs. But they've done a great job, and they've stuck with it. They've been resilient. They've enjoyed it. They've fielded with a smile on their face, and they've bowled better.
Yeah, that's right. It's been nice, hasn't it, to see that improvement. We spoke about it a few times on the interviews where it's been nice to see that. And, at times they've really put the game to England. I think that's been really commendable, as you say, because as Ravi Shuri's been saying, they've been learning every time. And this tour for them, it's good to hear the speeches after the Clean Clad Cup was presented last night at Hursley Park, Ed. But that's the big thing is how much they're taking from this, because it's such a learning experience for them, and they've really thoroughly enjoyed the tour, haven't they?
Yeah, I think every time, and another point today, they bowled their overs in 3 hours. That's the first time they've done that, so they've got used to it. Ravi's been directing them well. The bowlers know more of what their fields they want for the players involved, because of course they've seen a few of us a few times. They've got between the overs a bit better. They fielded on a magnificent outfield here at Hamworthy. No rabbit holes or bumps of previous games. So yeah, they've got through their overs quickly and probably feel much better as a result.
Yeah, fantastic. So the US currently at 18 for 1 then as they enter this 8th over. Jason Corns back on. Back on it with the bowling for his 4th over. But yeah, slightly unfortunate just at the start of this innings. the injury to Dean's sight. So I hope he's all right. Have you heard any intel of how he might be doing? I know it's quite early days, Ed, but that pulled up quite significantly, didn't he?
Yeah, I think if you're a left arm pacer and you all season put weight down on that front foot, you need to be very, very resilient. He's been unlucky actually. Luckily, it's not a bad tear, but I suspect it's probably the end of his season. He's played very well for Suffolk. We played against him the other day, bowled well. He's had a couple of games for the Lions, so it's really good to have seen him. A good left arm option who just nips it into the right-hander towards the end. So, he's someone we want to keep an eye on. But it's just unfortunate that a busy season ends this way.
That's right. Yeah, we were speaking about this with Paul Gelder just earlier on, and and we spoke about it with Kevin Watson. The competition for places at the moment, as you say, it's nice. At the moment, that's a nice four. I'll go towards the boundary there from Padada. But yeah, it's an interesting point, that, Ed, because watching along here today, you've getting to see, Paul Elder put it beautifully. He said, putting yourself in the shop window. So when you're looking at players like this, it must give you an interesting aspect of, like, you're looking at sort of future planning. You're sort of seeing these and you're thinking, oh, a good performance here might put them in good stead for a place even next month in the Tri-Nations.
Well, look, we've learnt a lot, Owen, this year. One of which is the Lions as a concept has worked very well. The other thing I personally have learnt is there's no substitute for being here, and it's been great to be at the last Lions games to have a look at people, their skills, their attitude, their approach, because it's all of that adds up to something powerful and positive. And yeah, the shop window is the old adage, and there have been some fantastic performances. But it is tough. We've got lots of options. But it also means that we've got to keep moving this thing on, this England seniors cricket thing on. We've got to keep moving it on. We've got to keep giving people a go that have got that potential. I think the other thing we've learnt with, 13 England games and probably 12 or so Lions games this summer is that, there are always people who, maybe next year they won't get a shot at this, and just to be totally transparent and honest about that. But that's part of what the Lions has done for us this year. It's emboldened the England side. It's given the opposition something to go at. It's given us a really good shot window, and we must find ways next year of trying to achieve the same thing.
Yeah, very true that, Ed. US moving on to 24 for 1 in that last over. Naqvi on 11 off 24. Padada 8 off 17 after getting the boundary a few balls ago. But yeah, it has been a really pleasing summer, obviously for the England over 60s. But even as you mentioned with the Lions today, they've had a really playing those tour games against the West Indies, Australia and the US. Some proper highlights of the summer, those Australia games, where they pushed them right to the very last, didn't they? I always remember speaking to Peter Judd and a few of the Aussie players saying, my goodness, we were in a game there, in those Lions games. They were really pushed to the last moment, weren't they? And that must have been pleasing to see, because it gave players like Timor Allen, it gave him that pathway right through to the Grey Ashes game. So that must have been pleasing, Ed.
Well, the Aussies are a different proposition to these guys, of course, and that's nothing negative against these guys. But yes, Owen, you're right. These Lions games, those 3 close games, was a fantastic precursor to what happened in the actual Grey Ashes. And Jason, Cornt and Paul Gelder have managed the Lions very effectively, done a great job to get the red hats going and supporting the blue hats. But yes, it's done its job, as I've said a couple of times. Timor and Mel Dobson, who's injured at the moment, and Neil Brathwaite all came through the Lions set up and having scored runs against the Australians. So if you do that, then you deserve a go.
Yeah, and Kevin Watson was speaking about, you've got a big game to come against him. You'll become rivals for a game, won't you, in the county championships next Tuesday? That'll be an interesting. I spoke to him about especially at county level, where you've got this such good camaraderie and such good, those competitive element between you. But that must be just cranked up a notch when you're playing for your counties against each other.
Yeah, I mean, we've got to the sharp end of the county championship now. Last 8, Gloucestershire, well, Yorkshire have pulled Gloucestershire all the way up north of Harrogate somewhere. I had to look at the map to see where they were going there. But I reflect on today, actually, and think that we've got people playing in the Lions today from Sussex, from Suffolk, who've come almost as far east-west as we always assume that north-south is the long distance. But east-west, when you're coming from Bournemouth or Dorset and Sussex and Kent, is just as far. So it's good to have that travelling. But yeah, we've got to the sharp end of the competition, and clearly Yorkshire a great side, Lancashire a great side. Quite surprising to see Warwickshire go out, but well done Cornwall. They batted well clearly to do that, and next Tuesday's going to be an interesting day.
Yeah, certainly so. It's a lovely day here at Hamworthy. Maiden there for Garlick. Into this 10th over coming up. Jason Corns back in for his 5th. Yeah, I was speaking about this pre-match to Jason Corns, Ed, the fact that he's been a good part of over the last week or so, especially in these US games. He's been obviously captaining this Lions side. He's been part of the ODI side, in the Clean Clad Cup. So that's been nice for him. He said it's been a busy week, but it's been a week he's really enjoyed actually. Being part of both sides.
Yeah, I think he's also had his National Trust card, and he and Sue have been out to a lot of National Trust cards between Winchester and Bournemouth and Royal Ascot and Hamworthy. So yeah, they've had a very busy week. He even came to stay for me for a day, which was very nice to see him. So yeah, as I say, he and Paul have done a fantastic job. So it's lovely to think they've had a busy week on cricket and other things at this stage.
Yeah, it's interesting when you look towards next summer. You see that. I know it's still a long time away, but I say that 12 months will come by, won't it? Especially with the winter break. And you think of, in terms of where England are, obviously towards that World Cup in Canada next summer. That's the interesting, obviously the tough decision for you, isn't it? To then see, right, you've got to narrow. Even Kev Watson was saying, I don't envy Ed trying to help decide on players, and it's all about availability as well, because of course 12 months down the line you don't know about availability in terms of some players. So yeah, it must be all the right selection headaches for next summer, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's early stage for selection. We've got to know about availability, but I have a saying is we've got to start with the end in mind, and the end for next year is the World Cup, and I think we've got to work backwards, Owen, from there to say what do we need to do to get to that point successfully, which is everything from planning the games that can put us under pressure to prepare us for the World Cup. It's about fitness, and we've still got a way to go there, and making sure that we are able to take on a campaign of probably what will be 9 games over a period of 2.5, 3 weeks. And we've got less touring teams this year, so we've got to find a way of creating competitive cricket against each other in order to test each other. And we're just beginning to think about that planning process at the moment. But yes, of course, there are a lot of people in contention. We've also got a new group of 59-year-olds coming through next year who we need to have a proper look at. But I'm very excited about that. I think we've made massive progress this year to get to, thanks to the Lions and selection criteria and other things, to get to this point. And I think we've still got another way to go. We need to be brave. We need to make some brave decisions. We need to find the people who are prepared to commit wholeheartedly to winning that World Cup, and if we do that, we've got a very good chance of doing so.
Yeah, the US are in that group of nations, Ed, where they had a decent they had a few decent outings in that World Cup, didn't they, last time? And you look at it and you think, well, this is where some nations, they are still, and that's why I've really commended England over the last few weeks, where they've completely treated it as any other game, and that's what I've seen from England all summer. When it's like it's a professional, you're representing your country. That's the be all and end all of this. It doesn't matter who you're playing. That professional standard is there throughout. And I think against teams like the US, sometimes they can be a potential banana skin, and we've seen them at times. Take a few wickets, and you think, my goodness, it could have been a different game here. So it's like those sort of games, especially when it's under a World Cup pressure. Those are those games when you really need to fine tune everything, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, as I said, I think the USA have learnt a lot, but we mustn't take any of this for granted. You know that any of us, 60-year-olds going out to represent our country or indeed our county, we play it hard, and that's what the game is all about. I think with the US, the reality is that they're probably not good enough to compete, but it doesn't mean we don't compete and they don't compete. And luckily their spirit, their sense of joy and luck of playing so much cricket in England has carried them through, and here we go, Abid at the crease at the moment, taking on everything, really good intent. I think he was the 7th highest scorer in a tournament back in 2023 in Barbados. So they're not mugs. It's just a question of a bit of luck, getting used to it, and they'll do it. But yes, you're absolutely right, Owen. We need to go out and every single person commit for 45 overs, and and fulfill our potential.
And just a word finally, Ed, on those Tri-Nations games to come next month. We spoke about it last night after the commencement of that Clean Clad Cup, but it'd be a nice way to round off what's been just a really successful summer. When you're playing to lots of Wales and Scotland again, who are of course improving all the time. That'll be an interesting test again. And then you've got that game against the Lions, and even Paul Gelder said it. It's a real icing on the cake moment to what's been a really great summer of seniors cricket at an international level.
Yeah, I mean, it has. We called it a golden summer, Owen, before, and it surely has. The weather has helped that. The amount of touring teams has helped that. We've now got this Tri-Nations, which of course is a Tri-Nations. It's not 2 England sides and 2 others. It's Wales, Scotland and England. And whilst there's a lot of probably internal competitive juices between the Lions and the England side, we must remember that actually Wales and Scotland are both improving, maturing sides, and we must respect them accordingly. But it's been a great summer. It's been an extraordinary period of time where we've all played a lot of both international Lions cricket, but also county cricket. And long may the whole setup of England seniors cricket be able to produce the sort of games, the sort of grounds which have been stunning. And just a word to all the grounds. I mean, another one today at Hamworthy. How amazing they have been to host not only the counties, which is always hard work with kids playing on a 5, 6 o'clock in the evening, but also clearly the England and Lions setup. We've been looked after beautifully all year, and for which many thanks to all the grounds and all the people that have been responsible for that. But yes, it has been a golden summer, with one small absentee, which is a little urn, which one run away. But how good is that for seniors cricket? And it's been a tremendous year. So thank you.
Great stuff. That's Ed Gordon Lennox there, the England skipper. Always great to hear from Ed. Fantastic to get his insight on what he coined it the golden summer. It really has been a fantastic summer of seniors cricket. Big thank you to Ed there for joining us. So the US then, 29 for 1. At 29 for 1, just starting to steady the ship a little bit after that wicket. That was took. But Naqvi 15 off 36, Bhavani Padada 8 off 26. So at 29 for 1, they're not in a terrible position, the US, at the moment. But they need to try and up the run rate at the moment. Currently running at something at 2.49. 8.9 needed at the moment, that run rate. Easier said than done though when you're coming up against the bowling unit. That's fronted by Jason Cornt. Here's Sitzvova, only the wide being the blemish on that record. 4. Make that 5 dot balls, and this is his last delivery of the over. Only conceded 9 runs in 6 overs. 1 wicket in that time as well. And that was, of course, the fall of C.K. Barlingay. Yeah, always good to hear from the England skipper Ed Gordon, and it's always gives really honest insight and just such a, you know, as skipper, he must really relish the chance to captain his country. But that comes with the selection headaches of trying to pick the best possible team for that World Cup, ahead of that World Cup, to come next August. So then, as we approach the end of that 12th over, USA at 29 for 1. And run rate up and up to 9 and over now. But the USA, I think they're always their MO. Whenever I speak to Ravi Shuri, is to be able to play out your 45 overs. That's what they'll be wanting to do. It's a nice shot from Natvi. Will be prevented the boundary, but they'll get a run out of it. One and 2 dot balls to start off. For Paul Darlitt's 6th over. Padada gets it away from the wicket. So the end of that 13th over. Paul Darlitt only concedes 1 more run. The US move on to 30 for 1. So then, next up will be Nigel Moore. To be on the bowling. It's Natvi and Padada still in at the moment, 16 off 37 for Syed Abid Natvi. Two overs from the drinks break. Padada 8 off 34. Two dot balls to kick off this first Nigel Moore over. Make that free. England doing a great job with these deliveries, limiting the US to anything. Nigel Moore comes in again for his fifth delivery. As I say that, the US did their first run in just a little while and move on to 31 for 1. Natvi's 17th run of the innings. Nigel Moore to close out his first over. Finishes off with another top ball. And one more added to the total then. The US move on to 31 for 1. One more over until that first drinks break in this belting sun here at Hamworthy Cricket Club in Dorset. Just coming up to 25 to 5. Here, another lovely day. As Ed Gordon Leonard said, we've had such good luck with the weather this summer. Dry days aplenty. That's ideal for a summer's full of cricket. Absolutely loaded. Just sounds like their calendars don't get any quieter, with the county championships as well hotting up. It's going to be a good game if you can get up to Yorkshire versus Worcestershire. No, it's not Worcestershire. They beat Worcestershire. Yorkshire versus Gloucestershire. This coming Tuesday. It's Ed Gordon Lennox versus Kevin Watson. That could be a cracker. Two fantastic cricketing counties going at it in the quarter-finals of the county championship. It's really well fielded. Here comes Garlick in again. And another dot ball. Brings up number 4 of the over. His 7th over. He's going through these overs, Nick Garlick. Paul Garlick, I should say. Oh, Paul Garlick almost claiming a fabulous catch. Well, that's another duck ball, and there's one more before the drinks break. Only 16 runs conceded in 8 overs. Fantastic return for Garlick. He'll get a run there, then the USA. Natvi will move on to 18 for the loss. 4 of 48 deliveries. And with that, the first drinks break of the US innings. The USA at 32 for 1. Natvi 18 of 48. Padada 8 of 35.
But it's got to be because it ran on there. It's pretty after a fever. It's got to be. It's a nature catch. 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 It's got to be. It's a
So the drinks break. All done and dusted then. Here at Hamworthy Cricket Club, much needed in this heat. A few people got a few umbrellas about. Very warm at the moment here. Hamworthy, Great British Summer. Bringing the goods when needed. But yes, for the USA, they're 32 for 1 at the moment. Natvi and Padada still in after the dismissal of CK Barlingate at 11 for 1. Yeah, I think their MO is to just stay in for their 45 overs. They're a third of the way there. They'd see that as a marked improvement if they end up not losing as many wickets as they have. You know, 4 times this tour out of 6 that they've been bowled all out. It was only at Royal Ascot last Thursday they put a total just shy of 200. There was 198 for 6 after England made it to 350 for 5 at the end of their 45 overs. So that is the only time they have played out their 45 overs here on tour. Nigel Moore's back in for his second over. And he's got a dot ball to start. 2 dot balls. Nigel Moore, 4 dot balls. Close one there. Ooh. 18 of 53 deliveries for Natvi. He's just waiting to get off the mark once again on his final delivery of the second Nigel Moore over. And Natvi will get his 19th run, maybe even a few more. As that trickles towards the boundary, yes, it will be 4 runs. First boundary in a fair while for the USA. But they move on to 36 for 1. Natvi 22 of 54 deliveries. So then, a boundary to end the over as we enter over number 17, Bhavani Padada, back on strike, 8 off 35 for him. Darlick, 4 dot balls in a row then. In his 8th over, he's going through them at a wild pace, Paul Darlick. One more delivery to come from Darlick then to end the over. Oh, umpire shakes his head. Big call as we see that on the replay on Bhavani Padada. Oh, goodness me. Game of the pads, possibly. But he remains in. He remains on 8 off 40. And that's a maiden. To end Darlick's 8th over. As you can see, a fantastic grandstand here at Hamworthy Cricket Club. Everyone loving the sunshine and the cricket on show as they just approach 10 to 5 here in Dorset. What a lovely place and what a lovely vantage point to watch a bit of seniors cricket. Padada back in, he's looking for one of his first runs in a little while. That's a good effort. Very, very good indeed. That'll go for 4 runs. Latvia moves on to a very respectable 26 off 56. He was looking for a few more. Top ball though from Nigel Moore as he's into his 3rd over now. 9 runs conceded. That boundary sandwiched by 2 dot balls. That's nice from Latvia, but he won't claim another run as it's well fielded. Nigel Moore. In again then to Nakvi. Well, swiped up a bit. And Ford does well to collect, but Nigel Moore, 4 dot balls and that boundary. USA currently on 40 for 1 with 1 more delivery remaining in this Nigel Moore over. And that's another dot ball, so the USA remain at 40 for 1 then. This is the final game of the United States' tour of England. It's been a packed old schedule for them since some of them actually arrived on the Wednesday morning last week when they played England at Winchmore Hill. 353 for 7 was the score when England played out their 45 overs. The USA were 104 all out. At Royal Ascot Cricket Club, the first Lions test, England got to 350 for 5 and the US put up their highest score of the series so far, 198 for 6. As you see another plane just flying over here at Hamworthy. Then a chip in Camden on Sunday, just gone. The second one-day international in the Clean Clad Cup. After a fantastic first over, where the US scored 10 runs, then at a point when the US were 40 for 4, Phil Deakin and Lee Self went on a wicket fest. What a spree they had. Almost about 7 balls. And almost as many wickets were took in that moment. It was absolutely extraordinary stuff. Put the US all out for 46. And Neil Brathwaite and Mel Hussain scored 21 runs each, and of course a few wides in there as well. England reached 47 for the loss of no wicket. Then at East Newcastle on Monday just gone in the second Lions test. England reached 321 for 8 and bowled the US out for 107. Then at Hursley Park, England sealed a clean sweep in the Clean Clad Cup. 382 for 3, their record run total. They also saw Phil Deakin level the record set by Jim Phillips. He now sits at 51 wickets. Took for the England over 60s, and then the US were bowled out for 108. So if they were to get over 108 here, it would be their second highest score on tour. But as I mentioned earlier, as we said, Naqvi and Padada have sat in now. That's a great shot again by Naqvi. Shows his quality. Seen some great quality from this US side. He moves on to 30 runs. The US move on to 45 for 1. Lee Self's in for his first over. Yeah, I think the US's MO will be to play out their 45 overs and see what score they can put on the board. It's a nice shot again from Naqvi. Comfortable for Paul Radage. And he gets it back to the skipper Jason Corns, who gets it back to Lee Self. One dot ball 4, dot ball 2. One more delivery in this Lee Self over. Provides another dot ball, which leaves the USA after 19 overs on 47 for 1. Naqvi on 32 off 65. Padada 9 off 42. Ooh, sprays up there. He'll be lucky he had a helmet on. Mr. Padada. Plenty of planes coming over. Here's Nigel Moore then. And again, that's a nice effort. Slips past the wicket and heading towards the boundary is fielded very well in the end to prevent that. But 2 runs will be added to the total to move the US onto 49 for the loss of 1 wicket. Padada 11 off 44. Another good effort. Padada will move on to 15 off 47 deliveries. The USA move on to 53 runs. One final ball, and it's Nigel Moore over. Oh, it's up in the air. Oh, I just have to be careful with that. But they won't get a run out of it. It will be a dot ball. But the US positive over for them sits off the over. US reach 53 for 1 in their pursuit of 326. 273 for them needed to win. So quite a tall task, especially when it's 10.9 and over. But it'd be nice for the US to play out their 45 and to get their second highest run total of the tour so far. Had to remain in his crease there, Natvi. Otherwise he would have been bowled out. Good night, Vienna. Lee Self freed up balls off the over already. Only 7 runs conceded in his last over. Remember, he took 3 wickets at Chibin Camden. That's a great shot. And that'll go for 4 runs. Natvi moves on to 36 off 69 deliveries. A really good total for him. 57 for 1 of the US. This is good for the US, having only lost 1 wicket. 9 wickets in hand, no need to panic. They can play out their 45 overs with the knowledge that if it gets to about 35, yes, they might not be anywhere near the run rate required, but they can still have a go and try and get a really respectable total here at Hamworthy this afternoon. One more delivery then of this Lee Self over. Yeah, they'll take that run and move on to 58 for 1 to end the 21st over. Natby on to 37. Nigel Moore to play out his 5th over. Well fielded. 2 dot balls. Prevent any more runs being added to the total there for the US. That is a great shot. And that'll go for 4 runs though. Natry moves on to a really good 41 runs now. 62 for 1. He's enjoying his time out there in this final US Tour game. Syed Abid Naqvi, 41 runs for him. But a dot ball to bring him back down to earth. After that boundary, 3 in the over then for Nigel Moore. He looks to keep things very economical. .62 for 1 then to end the 21st over. Lee Self then, his third over of the day. That is a great catch. And that is a big moment for England. Bit of a breakthrough. They needed that. And Bhavani Padada goes out after 15 runs. Naqvi remains on 41. He stays in there. That's the second wicket lost for the United States of America. Great catch by Sanjay Berry there to add to his decent hit out there earlier this afternoon. But a wicket to add to the 3 he took at Chipping Camden then, Lee Self. 3 dot balls and a wicket. Well on his way to a wicket maiden. 62 for 2, the US. In comes Prem Shuri. Wicket maiden for Lee Self. Great to see that from him. A great day at Chip in Camden, taking 3 wickets along with Phil Deakins 4, and a wicket today here at Hamworthy. Nigel Moore's back in and he's on his first ball back. Just had to be careful. Didn't have to be on strike. Nigel Moore remains in and 4 dot balls in succession. Made that 5. And that's a wicket maiden. Or wasn't a wicket maiden, but a single right at the end prevented that. 63 for 2. Naqvi moves on to 42 from 83. Prem Silver yet to death the mark, but in all fairness, he's only faced 1 ball. So into the over number 25 then. Yeah, just a comparison to see where England were. At this stage of the innings, they were 160 for 2. But that's a decent shot from Naqvi to move on to 46 without loss. $67 for 2 then now the US. Oh, almost hit the umpire. Paul Radage does well to prevent it from bobbling over the boundary rope for 4. Get 1 out of it though to move on to 68 for 2. Oh, big call to the umpire, unmoved. Prem Shuri, it was his second ball. But it all goes down to a dot ball. Lee Self after claiming a wicket in his last over. In his 4th now. And that's another one to end the over. The 25th over, 68 for 2. Have to be 3 off his half century. That'll be a really good landmark for Syed Abid Naqvi to reach this afternoon. Prem Shuri yet to get off the mark then. Off his 4 deliveries. 47 of 86 for Syed Abed Natvi. Nine fours in that time for Natvi, and here he is on strike again. Another 4 would get him his half century. As it's going to be Sanjay Berry to get his first over in. He claimed that brilliant catch to catch out Bhavani Padada a few overs ago. And straight over the wicketkeeper's head. Wondering where that went then. Sanjay Berry opens up with 2 dot balls in a row. Two more balls to come then in this 26th over, the first for Sanjay Berry. Facing Natvi again. Very good shot. And that'll take him to his half century. He puts his bat up. That's a proud moment for the US here on tour. A half century for Syed Abed Natvi. 10 fours, 51 not out for him. What a great return. And a proud moment for his captain Ravi Shuri on the sidelines watching on. The 4 being the only runs added to the total there. 5 dot balls other than that. Moves the USA on to 72 for 2 at the end of that, the 25th over. As the England Cricket Seniors flag flies high on the grandstand. Prem Shuri's back on strike. He's yet to get off the mark. Nothing off 4 deliveries. Here comes Lee Self. Another dot ball. Three dot balls in a row by Lee Self. That's 4. Keeping it very, very economical at the moment. 17 runs conceded. That run rate shooting up to 13.85 and over. That's a tall task for any team. But that's nice. That's going to be another 4 runs. And a nice way for Prem Shuri to get off the mark. He moves on to 76 for 2.
4 off 9 for him. Five top balls on a 4 to end that 5th lead self over. USA. 76 for 2 at the end of the 27th. So Natvi started out. Had a quarter of the 4 when the US innings started, so he's been out there for an hour and a half. It's a nice effort from Natvi to provide another run. 52 off 94 deliveries. Sanjay Berry into his second over. Just slightly moving around the field a little bit. So nice effort from Ravi Shuri. Reached the boundaries, Martin Ford gets there. Just another one to add to the total, then 78 for 2. With 2 deliveries of this second Sanjay Berry over to come. Four dot balls and 2 singles. USA on 78 for 2 at the end of the 28th. Two overs to go until that next rinse break. To put it into context, the US were almost all out by this stage yesterday. Only 31 off having their second highest run total of the tour so far. That rolls across the floor for no score. Tours prevented there from reaching any further, so that'll be 2 dot balls to start this 6th lead self over. 4 dot balls. Lee Self only needs 2 more for another maiden. He's been loving his maidens. This will be his second of the day. And there's the maiden for Lee Self, which puts us on 7 maidens in this innings. Really quite economical bowling from England. 2 from Paul Garlick, 3 from Jason Cornt, and now 2 from Lee Self. 1 more over to come then for the drinks break. The USA still stand at 78 for 2. The maiden party will be broken just for a moment though. 1 more run to add to the total. For Nakabi, he moves on to 53 of 97 deliveries. Prem Series on strike now. Can he add to his 5 from 18? That's a great effort from Prem Series, and that'll roll towards the boundary for 4. Forgot you could do that. Yeah, it's just with that sun getting lower, isn't it? Yeah, straight, yeah. Yes. 83 for 2, 5 off the over. Dot ball there after that was well fielded. So 1-4 and a dot ball. One more dot ball to add to the total then. Sanjay Berry in again. Well fielded by, I believe, Paul Gelder. It is. Must have been an emergency substitute for Dean Seitz, the Inland Lions manager. Thought it had bit. I thought it was, but yeah, Paul Gelder. First time we've seen him this summer play for the Lions. And I think he actually might start bowling. That's the drinks break then. And at that drinks break after the 1 on the 4, the USA stand on 83 for 2. Sorry, Billy. Huh? I just need to toilet. Yeah, we'll do. Yeah. So, after that drinks break, United States, as we say, are at 83 for 2. 15 more overs to go, but the highlight of this game, and probably one of the highlights of the US series, a 50 for Natvi. He keeps hitting some crackers, doesn't he? That's going to be another 4 runs. Very, very good. Baldy to try to chase it down now. But 87 for 2, they move on to 57 off 99 deliveries. As Zahir Mohammed comes in for the bowling. Nice to see what he's got to offer. Can he claim a wicket or two? Dot ball and a 4 to start off his bowling. Up in the air, and that's going to go for 4 more runs. Superb from Natvi. He moves on to 61 off 101 deliveries. And the US move on to 91 for 2. So that's the end of the Zahir Mohammed's over. Dot ball 4, dot ball 4, dot ball, dot ball. 8 runs in that opening over for Zahir Mohammed. Prem Shuri comes back onto strike now. He's got 9 off 23. Had a few more comments in the chat from Trevor Lee. Yes, I was about to say it, Trevor, and I don't want to put a wrong stat on the commentary. Yes, it is the highest score by a US cricketer in this series, 61. But yeah, it was 47 was the highest score by a US batter in any of the matches versus England or Lions. So yeah, he's absolutely smashed that, hasn't he? Natvi, great to see. Probably one of the as I just said, probably one of the highlights of the series for the US. 61 not out for Natvi, so whatever happens from now, he really can hold his bat up with pride. But that's a good effort from Prem Shuri. I'll claim another run, on to 92 for 2. He's also said, keep going, Owen, this is a marathon stint of commentating you've put in. Thank you very much, Trevor, yes. It's warm weather as well, it doesn't help when it's absolutely beating down. Rather this than playing in it, though, I think. But, yeah, thank you for all the support, everybody. On the commentary, it's been fantastic over the summer to be involved with the England over 60s once again. Done many a game this summer. We've absolutely enjoyed every moment of it. This is the last international game of a touring side to come over. Ending, of course, those fantastic trifecta of series. West Indies, Australia and the USA. The Tri-Nations to come in the middle of September, 16th to the 18th of September. In the Midlands, in my patch. Games to come against Wales, Scotland, and of course that marquee matchup that we keep talking about we talked about it with Ed Dornan as a skipper, Kevin Watson, and the Lions manager who's actually out there at the moment, Paul Elder. All about that England versus England Lions clash. That'd be a great way to end the golden summer. It's the end of that Sanjay Berry over then. One more was added to the total from Prem Shuri. .93 for 2. As we enter the 33rd over. That last wicket of Bhavani Padada. Of course, that brilliant Sanjay Berry catch. A wicket took by Lee Self. Nice from Natvi again. They'll claim another run. He moves on to 63 from 109 deliveries now. As Zahir Mohammed comes in for his second over. Never one to add to the total. Moving on to 95. Will be great for the US now. Big old call for most fielders on the pitch about Abid Syed Natvi. Umpire unmoved on that call though. 63 for 110 he remains on Abid Syed Natvi. Especially Paul Radic to our right, he was quite vocal. Most of the fielders were quite vocal about that. Mohammed again then. One more dot ball. Oh, brilliant. From Natvi. Gets through the inland fielder there. And the US move on to 99 for the loss of 2 wickets. Can they reach that 100 mark for the 4th time this tour? One more single will get them that. Prem Shuri tasked with achieving that. Sanjay Berry back for his 5th over. Oh, it's a great catch from Sanjay Berry. Really, really good from Mr. Berry. Prem Shuri's out. 11 off 27 for him. And a first wicket for Sanjay Berry in this match, in his 5th over. Leaves the US on 99 for 3, and it brings in Peter Jones.
I think we're about to use channel 2. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. All wickets.
So Sanjay Berry, a duck ball and a wicket to start his 5th over. Brilliant from him. And only 13 runs conceded as well. Not a bad return at all for Berry. What can Peter Jones do now with the bat for the USA? 70 balls remain then. Just getting his gloves on is Peter Jones. Fourth top ball of the over then to add to that wicket. One more and Sanjay Berry will have a wicket maiden. And there we go. That's the 8th maiden of the day for England. Fantastic from them. A wicket maiden for Mr. Sanjay Berry as well. After bowling out bowling out Prem Shuri. What a day for Sanjay Berry. He had a decent hit as well. Yeah, really, had 2 sixes in that short stint he had to get 37. He looked like he was well on his way to a half century. And there you go. That's unfortunately the end of Abid Syed Natvi's day. Banned. There you go. And Mohammed takes a wicket in his 3rd over, but a really good hit for Syed Abid Natvi. A round of applause from his US compatriots. The highest run total by a single US player on this tour. He really can hold his bat up high. A really good innings from Syed Abid Natvi. That's a really nice reception for him. He goes out for 67. The US at 99 for 4 now. Problem is that's 7 balls in a row since I said all. Ravi Shuri only needs 1 more for the US to reach 100. 2 wickets have fallen since then. So, Peter Jones and Chetan Shah are tasked with just shoring up the US innings again. But is it a case of, for when the US, when it rains it pours? Another dot ball. Yeah, so since that Zahir, since that, oh goodness, yeah, so almost on its way to 2 wicket maidens in succession. That's another one. Two more deliveries and in this Zahir Mohammed over. And that'll bring the US onto 100 runs. They'll go for 2 as well. Or will it go all the way for 4? I think it will. Certainly will. 4 runs. The US move on to 103 for 4. 100 runs for the 4th time this tour. Now only 6 away from being their 2nd highest total of this tour. And that's nice. And with shots like that, they'll sure claim another 4 runs, and they certainly will. 107 for 4 now. Great end to the over for the US. 2 boundaries to offset that loss of the wicket. Syed Abid Natvi went out at 99 for 4, but the US now at 107 and 2 away from being their 2nd highest total on tour. In comes Zahir Mohammed then. No, it is. Let me trying to work out who it will be next. In the field, in the bowling for England. So Mr. Martin Ford. And with that, they'll get a run to go on to 108 for 4. That's a great shot. And with that, the US will get their 2nd highest run total of the tour so far. 109 for 4 then. Peter Jones gets off the mark. 1 off sits. Chetan Shah, 9 off sits. Martin Ford in with the delivery again. And another dot ball. That's the third dot ball in succession. Martin Ford's only conceded 2 runs in his opening over. That's nice from Peter Jones, who did his second run of the day, and the US is 110th. As we end that 36th over, the US move on to 110 for 4. Stay with us, folks, because at the end of this match we will get an interview with the England captain, Jason Cornt, to see what he thinks of this win here at Hamworthy Cricket Club. Zahir Mohammed back as bowler now. Facing Peter Jones. It's a nice effort. Now go for one run to move them on to the Nelson. Matt Evans' favourite straw. If you're watching Matt, I hope you're enjoying the sunshine in the Isle of Wight. Nice from Chetan Shah, though. Add one more run to the total to move off Nelson. And on to 112 for 4. So in that Zahir Mohammed over then, 1 dot ball, 1 dot ball. Moves the US onto 112 for 4 with 48 balls remaining. That is a nice hit for 1. From Chetan Shah, moves the US onto 113 runs. With that ever single, the US move on to 114 for 4. Chetan Shah 11 off 10. Peter Jones 4 off 14. And the US still remain with 6 wickets in hand here. Another duck ball. 2 more balls in this over, in this Martin Ford over, second over of the day. As we approach 6 o'clock in the evening. Thanks for being with us, everybody. If you've been with us for the whole stint, thank you very much indeed for watching. And thank you to anyone who's been watching any of the streams this summer. It's truly been a record-breaking summer. So a big thank you for watching all over the world. Martin Ford in it in then for the final delivery of his over. And that's another duck ball. 2 acquired from that over. And with 42 balls remaining, the US on 114 for 4. There's some people watching on the cricket, fantastic to see. It's a beautiful evening here at Hamworthy. Great vantage point to watch a bit of cricket, have a bit of food and have a drink. It's a lovely cricket ground, lovely clubhouse here on the outskirts of Poole here in Hamworthy. So yes, 7 overs to go. 114 for 4. US on 115 for 4. It is the I was going to say skipper, captain. No, it's the manager, Paul Delder. Bowling. Will he claim a wicket? An emergency substitution, of course, for the injured Dean Sites in the first over of the innings for the US. An unfortunate strain, it looks like, according to Ed Gordon Nannets. Bit of a tear. And with that, he has took a wicket. Paul Delder, the manager. What a moment for him. He'll love that. Bet he wasn't expecting that when he was on commentary with me earlier. But he's just took the wicket of Peter Jones and leaves the US on 115 for 5. So, great way to end that 38th over for Mr. Paul Delder, the Lions manager. Jack of all trades. Martin Ford in for this 40th over then. And it's Abhay Maheshwari on strike with Chetan Shah. That's good. That'll be another run for the US. 117 for 5 now. Shah on to 13 with that third single of this third Martin Ford over. Well bowled by Martin Ford. 1 dot ball, 1 LB. Dot dot. And with 5 overs to go, the US go on to 118 for 5. Maheshwari 1 off 4, Shah 12 off 15. 30 balls remain then here at Hamworthy Cricket Club, here in Dorset. And Paul Delder's back in. So Delder. 3 dot balls to start his second over. Only conceded 1 run in that time. And claimed that wicket. He'll be wanting some more. But not with shots like that. What a shot that is. That's a corker. A 4 from Chetan Shah brings the United States onto 122 for 5. Two more for Paul Delder in this over. Mr. Delder in again. But this time, great catch. And Chetan Shah is bowled out, and that's another wicket.
But this time,
For Paul Delder with a great catch by Paul Radage. And Delder then claims his second wicket of the day. He's up for man of the match. But a great catch by Paul Radage gets Chetan Shah out. And with 4 overs remaining, the US are at 122 for 6. Rajesh Adarte to come in. And Maheshwari on strike at the moment. Dot ball to start. Yeah, there's Paul Delder, the leading wicket taker for this innings for England on the bowling. 2 for Paul Delder, 1 for Sahir Mohammed, 1 for Sanjay Berry, 1 for Lee Self, and 1 for Jason Cornt. The skipper eclipsed by the manager. That's a turn up for the Butts. There are 3 dot balls to start off this Martin Ford over. But a single moves the US onto 123 with 20 balls remaining. That's the end of the 42nd over then. The US move on to 123 for 6, 18 balls remaining. Rajesh Adarte and Abhay Maheshwari remain on strike. Gelder's back in for his 3rd over. And Maheshwari moves on to 3 off 9, 124 for 6 now for the US. Gelder in again then. Another dot ball. That's a cracking shot. And that came towards the club chairman that we saw earlier on. Stuart Platts. Wrapped his fingers though, so hopefully he's all right. 128 for six. Hidarte gets off the mark, 4 off 4. And that's another cracking shot, and that'll be another 4. 132 for six. 8 off 5 for Hidarte. It's another good effort, another few runs for the US. And for the final few overs, we're proud to say we can be joined by somebody who's graced the commentary desk on this tour a few times. It's Peter Jones. Peter, good to see you again. You all right?
Good afternoon. Yes, a little upset with myself about just getting out, but it's been a fantastic tour for us. We've really enjoyed the opportunity to play on some beautiful grounds around south and southwest England. The opposition is top notch. I mean, England and Australia kind of rule the world in over 60s, and we've got a lesson from them in the 3 games we played against them and the 3 against England Lions. But to have the chance to be here has been fantastic.
Oh, that's brilliant. And I've got to say, I've really been impressed by the US today, because I remember at the start of play today, Ravi won the toss and decided to bowl first, like most of the games so far this tour. But I've got to say, so it's the second best run total you've had. And it was Naqvi getting, what a total he had of 63, when he got out. That's the highest that a player has got for the US so far this tour. So he must be proud. And it's those positives that, when Ravi mentioned in a few interviews, this whole tour, I remember you saying it as well, it's a whole learning curve, isn't it, this tour? And you've got to be impressed with quite a lot of the positives you've seen over the last week or so.
Yes, I mean, if you look, we took 5 good catches today, couple by CK, one by Jay and another by Baji, and I managed to take one kind of scrambling backwards. I'm looking forward to watching the replay of that at some point. But yes,
great catch, yeah.
The fielding has, we've learnt what we have to do. That there's going to have to be a lot of hard work to improve the physicality. I think our bowlers have actually done a decent job. We've probably burdened them with some extra runs in each over. A lot of the singles that with just an extra step or two of sharpness we might be able to get. A few of the ones that have kind of made it to the boundary where maybe we could have cut them off. So it's hard to look at the run rate they've given up and say that they were bowling like that. They were bowling a bit better.
That's right. But yes, it's... What would you say has been your personal highlight of the tour, of your tour that you've had over the last week or so?
On the cricket field, probably 2. One was the catch this morning. When you're chasing back over your head and you realise you're on the wrong course and you kind of just throw yourself at it and catch it about an inch off the ground, it felt pretty good. The other was when we had a game that ended a little early, and the captain of England and our captain arranged basically a pick-up T20, and everybody played it with a lot of intensity, but it showed the wonderful spirit between the 2 teams, because it wasn't, let's get on the road and get home. It's, we're all here, let's play a bit more. So that was a lot of fun. Off the field, I think it's been great just to spend some time with other folks who love cricket, and a couple of them I played against in Toronto 2 years ago. So, it was, hey, how you doing? And, we lined up some shirt swaps and things like that. So that was fun.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, final few deliveries. Even the Lions manager's got in on the act today. That early injury to Sights, Paul Elders, and he's took 2 wickets today. So he's had a good day of it, the manager. But definitely was expecting that when he was on commentary, Peter. But yeah, it's... But no, I've got to say that camaraderie is. You could see that, Peter. You know, as I've been here in the last few games with you guys. I've got to say it's been that I could see that, especially with the England side yesterday, especially when there was those speeches after the Clean Clad Cup was presented. That was just such a nice moment, wasn't it, for you and the two teams?
Yes, I mean, good cooperation between the sides as we've got to know each other. As I said, that T20 mixer was a great thing for getting even better camaraderie between the two groups. But we're just appreciative. You know, we know England can play just about anybody that they want, and that we were given the gift of this tour and all the arranging that went into it. We really do appreciate. We hope that at some point we could come back with a stronger team and do battle again.
Brilliant. Yeah. So what's next for you guys now? Is there some trials to come in the end of the year?
Yes, there's a 6-team tournament in Dallas in October, and that's part of the process of working towards a team for the World Cup next year, August in Toronto. So there's some folks who couldn't make this tour who certainly will be very strong candidates. Folks here will be trying hard, and you know there'll be some others. The nice thing is our numbers are growing from a couple of teams 2-3 years ago to 4 to 6. So it's spreading the message and getting people who have maybe cut back some of their involvement in the game to get them to realize they can have another fun 15-20 years playing this game.
That's brilliant. Very, very good. And that's the end of the innings for the US. 146 for 6. It ends on, and I've got to say, Peter, that's a really respectable total to end the innings on, isn't it? To end the innings on, isn't it? That's a good total, isn't it? The second highest of your tour so far.
Yeah, we had I think 198 at Ascot against the England Lions. I was under orders from the captain to not give up my wicket, while others were saying, "Come on, get 2." So that was an interesting experience. Yeah, it would have been nice to make it to 150 here, but we enjoyed the game. We've enjoyed all the games. We'll go home, we'll watch some of the videos, and we'll kind of reflect on what worked well and what we've personally, individually, and then as a team got to do to improve.
Brilliant. Thank you. Thanks, mate. Brilliant. But yeah, got to say, Peter, it's been a pleasure meeting you, and I've got to say thank you for your stints on commentary. It's been some good fun, and best of luck with everything for the Nationals. I'm sure the US, over what we've seen over the last few games, Peter, you're growing from strength to strength, so keep on doing that.
Thank you, and again, thank you to your crew. You do a super job broadcasting these games. I'm going to look forward to watching some more, but I know folks back in the US and around the world have really enjoyed it. So thank you.
Brilliant.
Take care. All the best.
Peter Jones there. He's done a few stints on commentary for us. Very kind of him to join us. Hey, so that's it then for the United States. 146 for 6. A decent showing here at Hamworthy against the England Lions in that final test. .180 off that 326, but yes, Peter Jones there, great to hear from him, and great to hear from all our guests today on commentary. Just a thank you before we go into the interviews. We're going to try and catch Jason Cornt in just a moment after the Lions got that clean sweep of the US. But a big thank you from myself, Ivor Richards, Benny Martin, Nuala Goodlad, and of course Matt Evans, who's on a holiday to the Isle of Wight at the moment. A big thank you from all of us for watching us over the last few months. It's been an absolute pleasure to be on the commentary desk. We have a short break now before we grace your presence again on this YouTube channel for the Tri-Nations, the final stint of the summer. The final stint of the summer. And of course, a lot of this would not be possible without the help of the England manager, Paul Bradley. A big thank you to him for organising a lot of this that goes into the planning. Paul Bradley, a big thank you to them and the sponsors of Stonehill, Sporter Tours, MV Play, Matt Tech, The Jube and Clean Clad. Of course, the US Series sponsored by Clean Clad. Big thank you to all of those sponsors for helping us on air and helping the team. And just while we have a moment, just before the interview with Jason Corn. Join us for that in a moment, but for now, a message from Cleanclad. Hello again, everybody. Rejoin us with the Inland Lions skipper, Jason Cornt. So, Jason, a clean sweep for the Lions. What did you make of the game here at Hamworthy?
Yet again, we batted very well, put on a pretty substantial total at such a lovely ground. And we thought they might have more of a go than they actually did. And so we had to mix the bowling up to see if we could tease out a few wickets. But really proud of all the guys. Bowled and fielded and batted really well. So onwards to the Tri-Nations tournament.
Great, yeah, no, obviously a century, 123 for Paul Radage. Great showing for him. Always a really consistent player, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a good bat, and it's good to have him up front and build an innings and give us a platform. So it makes it easier for those following if we've got some runs on the board for not many wickets.
Yeah, just finally, obviously, the final game for the US on tour. It shows how much they've improved. Their second highest total of the series. They play with a lot of pride, don't they? And they're going to go a long way.
I think they will. It's work in progress, obviously, and it's probably not that easy for them that there are a few players short. But yeah, they're improving. A few of their lads, it was good to see Abid got a 50. And it was a good track, and what a great ground. So testament to the people who look after the ground. It was a new wicket, did a little bit. It was a bit for the bowlers, bit for the batters, but a really, really fast outfield. So when you're 60, it doesn't make it that easy when you're chasing it.
That's the Inland skipper Jason Cornt there after the win at Hamworthy here this afternoon to seal the series with the USA 3-0. Thank you very much, Jason. And thank you from us, Benny, Nuala, Ivor and myself in the TV truck. A big thank you. We'll see you next month for the Tri-Nations. We'll see you then. Goodbye.